That stinks. You can't turn the. There you can, right there. Right there. All right, Light Warriors. I put some thought into that Light Warriors thing, and it grows on you. Here, this is Professor Vogt, the Diehold Foundation, and this group of researchers and scientists I've been following for quite some time. Uh, hey, man, my name's Rob, and I'll always be real with you people. I mean, I don't know. This feels like a pretty important thing that we're all going through. So it's like very important that we try to pay attention to these scientific facts that Michael, our friend, our teammate, that's right, teammate in the chats, whatever. I don't know. Listen, I really appreciate all you people, man. You inspire me with your positivity, and I just want you to see some of this stuff. Some of you people probably already know about this and have seen Professor Vogt and the other intelligent scientists, to me anyway, about the truth and what Michael was trying to say. I mean, I don't know why he would beat around the bush like that, but that's okay. It's entertainment, man. Well, I'm not entertainment. I'm real deal. Like Uh, anyway, let's continue. Enough of my crap. Douglas B. Vogt, one of my favorite teachers my whole life. I'm gonna let this play.
Hi, my name is Doug Vogt from the
Hopefully
Dial
that's loud enough.
Foundation. It's April 6, 2023, and this is a pretty important video.
There's more of these videos. I just picked
It's
one
going
that
to
was
answer some questions that I've
had the
gotten
meat and
from
potatoes in it.
engineers and people regarding inertia, but explains why our Earth's rotation stops during the reversal, hence causing the Great Flood. Anyway, what causes the Great Flood? Mentioned all over the world. The second one is the greatest secret of the second greatest secret of the universe, and it truly is. Nobody understood why a planet would stop rotation during the time of the reversal. You're all going to find out. The 10-ton elephant in the room is the deep sea canyons. We know they're there. There's only one way they can be formed. I'll explain it later. The core of the Earth is slowing down. It's a most recent journal article that came out. Back to the basic theory of multidimensional reality is the only way you can explain it. What happened with inertia at the time of the reversal? And that's the key. The only reason I'd be able to figure out this stuff is because of philosophy. I've explained before. Unless you have the right philosophy, it's like the picture on a 10,000-piece puzzle. You pick up a phenomena, which is a piece. You don't know where it fits. You don't know what it's related to the rest of it. That's why I was able to leapfrog just about everybody else in these fields. Again, I want to thank the engineers and some of my fans who sent me emails regarding inertia, and they're right in asking it. I don't get mad at people for asking a question. For one thing, there are very intelligent questions, why, and they're correct. It took me, 16 years since the last book I wrote, God's Day of Judgment book. And I did several videos on it, but really it wasn't until about middle of March, about March 14th, that I figured it out laying in bed in the morning. And it's the only explanation, and it's going to surprise you. Anyway, but I thank them for doing that. Anyway, let's continue. This is obviously a picture, a painting or a computer graphic of a great flood. Now, the height of this thing will be about 300-400 feet. That's merely the continental shelf. No, when it gets to the deeper part of the Pacific, like 18,000 feet, 15,000 feet deep, that's what's gonna come aboard, and these buildings look like little sandcastles. And that's the problem. I covered this subject, not with the explanation I'm gonna give you now, in video series 4, parts 3, 4F, 4G, and video series 5 goes into the mythologies, where I show which mythologies wind up mentioning flood, which is common for all over the world. This is the 10-ton elephant in the room, which traditional geophysics cannot explain, oceanographers can't explain. It's just there, and the people who try to talk about inertia should look at this first. You realize something's wrong, but you don't know what. Now, fresh water is lighter than salt water, and the only way this could have cut a channel, this is the Norfolk Channel on the East Coast, all the way down to the bottom of the Atlantic, which is goes down, they were about 13 or 14,000 feet. So the only way they could be is that there was no salt water or ocean water here for a brief moment in time. And you're going to know the mechanism. These are, I covered in the other videos, but they're all over the place. They're all over the world. I'm going to go through some of them. This is the Cape Hatteras off New England. And you can clearly see they're river channels. Well, the only way that could happen is a lot of water came off of this thing, and there was no ocean water here at all. This is the continental shelf, goes down to about 300 or 400 feet. So all of a sudden, it's cutting it all the way down to the bottom of the Atlantic. Here's another, the Hudson River Canyon, all the way down to the bottom. Coast of Washington and Oregon, the Columbia River Channel, all the way down to the bottom of the Pacific. Same thing, Monterey Bay, all the way down to the bottom, 11 or 12,000 feet. You can clearly see, all this is evidence of a lot of water rushing off the continental shelf and cutting canyons in there, lots and lots of them. This is the Gulf of Mexico, same thing. Maybe they call it a canyon. This is off the coast of Chile. This is off the coast of Brazil. These are canyons here. They didn't do such a great job of mapping off the coast of Brazil. I guess their geological society doesn't have the funds to really do as good a job as we have. Again, off the coast of Brazil, and all these are canyons. This is probably the beginning of a delta. This is the natural drainage area for if the ocean came over the Andes and around these mountain ranges in Brazil, it would drain out in this direction, leaving a lot of silt material here. This is Australia, South Australia. How do you like that? Big canyon. Barrier Reef in Australia, up there. There it is, same thing here, going all the way down to the bottom. Where was this? I think I forgot where it was. It really doesn't matter anymore, does it? Oh, I think it's still Australia. It's West Coast, and there's the canyon all the way down to the bottom. This is off of Ireland. You can clearly see the same thing. This is their continental shelf, cut all the way down to the bottom. Here's another picture of it, but it's all along here, everything. This is all small canyons off its continental shelf. The only way it could be is, at one point, there was no Atlantic Ocean there. That would have been the last cycle. The way the Earth rotated then, everything went in a westerly direction. This time it's going to be an easterly direction. And this is in Spain, same thing. This is the article that they were referring to. Quite a few people reported it, and I read it. I actually have the journal article. And they reported, two Chinese geologists, geophysicists, they had reported the Earth's inner core may have an inner core, which makes sense, and I'll explain why. The inner core of the core was estimated to be 808 miles in diameter. That's just an estimate. You'll see there's another estimate. The change in waves behavior is likely accurate and meshed with previous research. This is again from Nature when they do a science alert, and they basically briefly go through the paper and tell you what it is. Now in the new study with Yang and Song, his last name is actually Song, has revisited the old data, comparing it to more recent patterns of near identical seismic waves, which suggests the inner core has slowed to a stop. Well, I read the paper. It doesn't really say it went to a stop. It's slowing down and could even reverse. This globally consistent pattern suggests that inner core rotation has recently paused at Yang and Song. Here's another news article about the same paper. A recent study reveals a new distinct fifth layer to Earth's deep inside core, which could help us inform the evolution of the Earth's magnetic field. In a study released this week, a pair of seismologists at the Australian National University documented new evidence of a 400-mile thick solid metallic core ball at the center of the Earth's inner core. Geophysicists, the innermost inner core with a different structure from the outermost inner core. Now, that's important. They're beginning to admit that there's something inside the center of the Earth that's not a solid iron core. This very existence, innermost inner core, makes us think about how it could form. They don't have a reason why it can form. This is really what the Chinese and the other ones are talking about. There's an earthquake here in Alaska. The P waves go through the center of the Earth. If they get sensors over here on the opposite side of the Earth, they would wind up seeing how the waves change. Here's an example. S waves are surface waves, and this is how deep they go. The P waves are the ones that go through the center. This is an old picture. They aren't going to show an inner core in an inner core. But you can see when it goes, and it drops down and then continues up. And this is what they're measuring, these P waves. Here's another picture. Solid inner core. Imagine a core within this core. These are the 8 reasons the center core cannot be a solid iron core. I do not know and understand how they could still think that or teach it. These are the 8 reasons. 1, the Curie temperature of 1418 degrees is when iron loses its magnetic properties. In other words, its atoms become disassociated, not in a crystal form, and they wind up being random. Kinetically, they're moving around too much, so they lose the ability to be a magnet. It would be impossible for the center of a core to be cooler than the surrounding outer core of molten metal at over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's actually some places higher than that. The pressure of gravity on the core would cause the temperature to increase, like how a diesel engine works. You put oil in, oil fumes, and you compress it, I think, 16 to 1, and it explodes. It gets hot. It explodes, and that's how a diesel engine works. So how they think that you can have a cooler core when the outside is so hot, plus you have gravity pressing on it. The DE, F1, and F2 electrostatic layers in the stratosphere up to the thermosphere have to be created by an electromagnetic energy source in the core. But a solid iron core cannot do that unless it has an outside force that's oscillating it. They don't want to go near that. There's also an electrostatic field found 50 miles plus over the equator, all around the Earth. It also has originated at the center core. An iron core cannot do that. They discovered that when they put up satellites, all of a sudden the satellite crossed within 5 degrees of the equator, at 50 and 100 miles up, it got a lot of static. Well, that static is electrons, and that has to be produced inside the core of the Earth. Same thing with the DF1 and F2 layers.
The Schumann resonance.
If the inner core is slowing down in relationship to the crust of the Earth, then explain how a solid iron core changes its inertia without an outside force. They left that out totally. They didn't think about that. 6, the Earth's magnetic field cannot be created by a geodynamo. It's supposed to be powered by an ample supply of earthquakes to keep it operating. One of the scientists that were involved with the early studies, what was in the 70s, early 70s, was Professor Boosie from UCLA. I met him. I lived in UCLA in West LA, and I spoke to him. He actually gave me some of his tear sheets from the journals, and I have them at home. And I told him, you know, how can you have these, basically they draw columns of magma going up and down, and supposedly this magma produces an electrostatic field, but when you have multiple columns of magma going up and down, their magnetic fields are going to cross each other. When you have two magnetic fields crossing each other, they cancel each other out, and you won't have a magnetic field. Also, the way I have it drawn, if it was all originate from the center where the heat source is, then you have multiple poles. We don't. We have a North Pole and a South Pole. That's it. They forgot about it, but he didn't change his viewpoint. Okay, the other part was this. The number of earthquakes has increased, but the magnetic field of the Earth has been decreasing for the past 65 years. The number of earthquakes will more have been increasing too. That means there is no relationship between the two. They can't be. 7, the number of earthquakes and erupting volcanoes follow the sunspot cycle, but lag by 4 to 7 months. That can only mean that whatever is in the inner core of the Earth is dynamically changing its output, just like our sun. I discovered that in, what was the 1980s? And I explained in one of my earlier videos in Series 4 how I discovered it, and there was a direct correlation. It was 3 or 4 months if it was at sunspot maximum, it was like 7 or 8 months when it was sunspot minimum. It just takes time for the spike of energy, which is heat, to percolate to the outer core and then the mantle, and then you have the crust floating on this more viscous material, and you're going to get an earthquake real easy. This is the 10-ton elephant in the room. The Earth has been growing in size for over 1 billion years. We know that from seafloor spreading, like the Mid-Atlantic Ridge and the several ridges in the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean. I'm going to cover this subject in another future video. And there's a gentleman who does a video that did a great job of showing it, a time-lapse video where all the continents do fit together, except the planet is growing. Now, geologists kind of knew that, or suspected it, that 1 billion years ago the place was smaller. But anyway, this is the zinger. That can only mean that whatever's in the inner core of the Earth is producing matter. If it's producing matter, that's not an iron ball. That's something else. which you're about to find out. Here's the DE, F1 and F2 layers. Now, down here is the electron volts per cubic centimeter that these represent. So the F2 layer represents, it could be as high as 990,000 electrons per square centimeter, per cubic centimeter rather. That's a lot. These can only exist if there's something in the center of the Earth that's oscillating, multiple frequencies. Each one represents a different frequency. That's the only way you can wind up getting a waveform. In fact, I mentioned it in one of my earlier videos on the subject, and I came up with a center core of about 50 or 60 miles, if I remember right. Now, there's a formula that every ham radio operator knows, which if you know the wavelength, you can figure out the size of the antenna. So that's how I came up with it. And they're getting closer. They're down to 400 miles. And one place I think I saw it was like 200 or 300 miles. But anyway, that's the whole point. By the way, AM stations count on this to bounce off their signal. In fact, when I was gold mining up in the Klondike, this is what, 1967. And we heard Wolfman Jack
Year I was born.
transmitted from Tijuana up in the Yukon Territory, Canada. I'm not kidding. That's called a skip. That's when they bounce radio signals off of these layers. I was wondering, I was thinking about where I'm going to place this. It's from Plato. So I put it here because it's so important that, you know, Plato's like 380 BCE. They knew something in the past happened. But when you read it, they knew a lot. You'll see it in the statement. I gave the reference down here. It's also in Loeb's Classics too. There was a time, well, by the way, this is also in God's Air Judgment, the chapter on other philosophies. There was a time when God directed the revolutions of the world, but at the completion of a certain cycle, he let go. The certain cycle would be that the clock cycle of 12,068 years. And the world, by its necessity of its nature, turned back and went around the other way. In the case of the world, the perturbation is very slight and amounts only to a reversal of motion. But the truth is that there are two cycles of the world. There are. They go east or west. In other words, it let go again and has a reverse action during infinite ages. This new action is spontaneous and is due to the exquisite perfection of balance to the vast size of the universe and to the smallness of the pivot upon which it turns. That's the key word. They knew this reversal happens very quickly. Back to the theory of multidimensional reality. This graph is so important.
Planck's time.
It's basically the guts of it. This is the model and describes how an atom comes into this dimension, what's going on in the center of a planet and a star. It doesn't really describe what's going on with a quasar. That's different, which I did explain in one of the videos. I have either this is Planck's time or he's measuring from a proton to a neutron is Planck's time. Now, I drew it as a modified square wave. The reason is, and I'm going to explain, if you have lots of even sinusoidal waves, when you have a whole bunch connected to a carrier wave, they're grouped together, it starts resembling a square wave. So what happens with an atom, like for instance, iron has 4,300 spectral line frequencies. If Anything that's heavier than it probably has a lot more. We just don't know. We can't sense them because it's probably in the high ultraviolet, and we don't have the instruments by which to detect it. But that's what's really going on. But this is the same model, it's the same program. What's going on in the center of a planet, which is a seventh dimensional existence, or a star in eighth dimensional existence. It's just vastly more frequencies, millions maybe, hundreds of thousands, I don't know. Nobody knows yet. So as, for instance, the atom comes into this dimension, it traces out and it moves around. Now, I think I used 60 of these arms when I was doing this model. This line here represents that the information graph, the modified square wave, as it goes around in time. This is an example here of one of them. In fact, this is in video series 2, is on the Hebrew alphabet, creation of the Hebrew alphabet. It may be one of the most important books I did, because 22 views of this waveform, every single one is a result of viewing it as it crosses the x-axis, right there. Every single one of the 22 letters. This is a micrograph that was done at Stony Brook University. Professor actually gave me his photographs. And this has 20 points around it. You could maybe say it was blinking in and out in a cycle this many times when they photographed it. This is a micrograph of a hydrogen atom, 256 picometers. I think that's billions of a meter. All the action is going on right here. This is it. The electron shell is here. This is what we see as the atom. But really what's going on is really this. So what is this made up of? It's the electrons. That's what these are. These are the result of the electrons of this thing pulsing in and out of existence. So here's an example of the atom, or it could be a planet or a star. All the action is going on at the center modulation point. It creates the field, and it creates what we call matter. That's when it's crossing the x-axis, this spike here is what we call matter, but it's really electrons contained by information. Maybe that's the best way of putting it. This is a micrograph of light, of an element. It was done in Italy and this is the credit, they deserve credit for what they did. And you see the full spectrum of that element, but notice it has peaks and valleys. How do you like that? Why did they have peaks and valleys? I got to explain latency, what latency is, to understand what we're dealing with. Latency is the state of existence, but not yet being developed or manifested. In other words, you have information in a computer. Your video card assembles the information and sends it off, either 60 or 72 or 120 hertz, or that many cycles. So when it's not transmitting, it's not sending
Grand Rising, brother,
your TV set,
sister.
what's on the TV
This message
set,
is important.
you'll find out. That's latency. In computer technology jargon, the delay before a transfer of data begins flowing and instruction of its transfer. In other words, you have
People don't have an
you
attention
have a
span
bit of
at all.
information, and the latency is the time it takes to go there to someplace else. But always the information still exists, in our case, back in the die hole, in this case, in the computer. But it's still there. It's just, you don't see it yet. Latency of a pixel on an LED screen. At 60 hertz, that represents 16.7 milliseconds, corresponding to 1 frame. That means that every 16.7 milliseconds, a new image is displayed on the LED screen. Well, what happens when it doesn't send the electron to that pixel? You don't see anything. The pixel's not on. Back to our Italian friends who made that photograph of a light. Here's your pulse. That's where the atom was created. And we got a valley here. We got a valley down here. Here's the times when it's created, valley, and then created. So here's my famous graph. I have to redo this now. You'll understand why in a second. When it crosses, this is the information dimension. When it crosses this imaginary x-axis, what happens? What happens there? Well, I drew it better. There is no matter. The matter part disappears in the equation. The information still exists for it in the dihole, but this finite point that Plato talks about and I talk about may only last to us 6 minutes, 15, 20, 30 minutes. For the time of the actual reversal, there is no matter. It's just the information. Now, we're fourth dimensional existences. So we have other information that's still being directed towards us, besides the information that makes up our physical body. But at this very point, there's nothing other than the information, but not the physical matter. Now for my engineer friends. We're dealing with momentum of inertia. But to do this, you have to figure out rotational inertia first. That's the L in the equation. So L, rotational inertia, is equal to mass times velocity times the radius. When you bring L into here, this is under normal physics, you have inertia then equal to angular momentum, going from there, to angular velocity, omicron. The problem is, at the time of this reversal right here, m is 0. That was the key. It took me 16 minutes to finally figure it out, and I did it in bed in the morning thinking about it. 0 times velocity times radius gives you 0 for the rotational inertia. That means this equation means nonsense. It's done with. So you don't have inertia because you have no mass. So what does it mean? What it means is that the Earth's rotation will slow down beforehand. Even the Air Force knew that from the RAND Corporation paper I showed in one of those earlier videos. And that was back in 1966, they knew. The issue is then, let's say the Earth's rotation slows down to, let's say, 800 miles an hour. It goes at 1,000 miles an hour. That's still too fast, and it really is. At this time, there's no point, there's no matter. Inertia disappears. When it goes past it, down here, one of those carrier waves that the clock cycle is on evidently changes direction of rotation. And when it does that, all of a sudden, the Earth will start rotating in the opposite direction, picking up speed about the same rate of which it slowed down, but still it's going in the other direction. Now, we don't know how long this period of time is. It could be minutes, but if you're one of the survivors and you're in a cave or a pyramid, you could, at the time of the reversal, when you're seeing your hand as bubbles of light, you could stick your hand in the granite wall on the pyramid You'll just feel like pressure around it and pull it out. Don't leave it there unless someone's there with a chisel and a hammer to chisel your arm or your hand out of the rock. But your hand will be okay. This is the phantom leaf in Kirlian photography. Physicists have to wind up saying, well, you must have put the leaf on top of the electrical plate and then photographed it and then took it away later. No, it wasn't. And I go into that in one of the videos also. This is, the matter still there. There, this part of the coleus leaf has been cut off, but you see the bubbles of light. Now that's important. Here's another leaf. I'm not that happy with this picture, but this is also a phantom leaf here. This is where the cut is. Here's the matter part. The reason why, this is the matter here, why you have this glow or this voltage or like electrons here is because remember, phantom leaf is created by high voltage, high frequency. You have an anode and a cathode, two plates, and you pass the voltage down through it. So the matter part of the signal is still here. So it's basically the electrons give the information a potential that you can actually see it. But realize also this is 90 degrees out of phase from the direction of the electrons. That's why you see it. So, but here, what we call the consciousness part of the leaf, or even if it's an animal or us, you're going to see these balls of light. Now, it led me to believe, or think, why didn't the Middle East or the Far East come up with the idea of chakras or energy levels in the body, glowing energy levels? The only thing I could think of is that basically the survivors saw something, wherever they were, caves or whatever, and they saw there was bubbles of light around our head, our heart, and other parts of our organs. And I don't know if they were able to even express it, but they did describe it, and I think this may be a result of what their forefathers saw at the time of the reversal. But I don't think they know really why it happened or where they got this idea from. That's the end of it. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you've learned something. And the issue really now is, this is what causes the flood. And it also looks like the earthquake at the time of the reversal is going to be pretty violent. You have to build thinking of earthquakes that are going to last for hours. And ocean waves, this is why I don't want anyone building anything that's within hundreds of miles of the west coast of anything, because you're going to have that ocean or sea coming at you pretty quick and pretty violent and pretty high. Your best chance is caves that are on the east coast of something and in very stable rock. And even though you could build for sandstone or something like that, but you're going to have to use a lot of steel girders. So because of the earthquake issue. And the door system is very important. Diehl Foundation is a 501c3 science foundation. This is what we're doing. And the next is finding engineering companies to give us a quote for the door system. Then I'll submit a grant proposal to DARPA or to DHS and see what happens. I'll give them the opportunity. If they don't, then we know we're on our own, period. In which case, the next step is we have to wind up sending geologists down to Peru, Brazil, South America, maybe parts of Central America, Mexico, and doing it ourselves because they'll let us out to dry. I'm going to have another video that's going to be on the follow-up of what's happened with Senate Bill 4488.
That's
It's just one
important.
that has not left the committees yet. If you can, you want to do something constructive, write to your senator and congressman to get that bill out and voted on. Anyway.
I was thinking about
thank you
calling
very
him
much
because
for
he's
watching.
now a friend of mine for help to get Michael's channel back up on and running. Man, it's important. I can't believe you guys can't pay attention.
That was a vote from the Dial Foundation. And this is Series 4, Part 5A, which will cover the hard way, specifically how to survive this polar reversal cataclysm. And there'll be a Part B to this thing, because when I was doing the script, I had like about 85 or 90 PowerPoint slides, and I said, that's too much.
You're in
like
school
an
now.
hour and a half of talking, and I thought it was too much for anybody. I try to keep these things like a half hour to 45 minutes to make it easy for you. Anyway, so Part 5 is going to be 5A and 5B. 5A, this one is going to be why I think this reversal is going to happen.
Damn it.
During the next Gleisberg cycle, which is in between September and December 2046.
Hear that? Trying to figure out how to turn it the hell up. Damn it. There it is.
That was a vote from the Dial Foundation. And this is Part 5B. And the part that everybody's been waiting for is how to save yourself from this geomagnetic reversal, polar reversal, nova, cataclysm, whatever you want to call it. What might happen during the next Gleisberg cycle in 27 and a half years. So I'm going to divide this. I don't know how long this is going to go. I'm hoping less than an hour, but you never can tell, but forgive me. I'm going to cover, this video is going to cover the hard way of surviving this thing. This is the way most have done it in the past. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking right now. I'm going to explain what happens like about 40 to 50 years before the reversal, then the time of the reversal, and then finally the aftermath, what happens after. And then finally what structures to build and where. So, we'll
Nature
start
boy.
This
I might stay
information
live
partially
until you
comes from
send me a message.
Raja Judgment Book, which is
that
going to go to the
important?
printers. I'm going to print more up. There's, I think, 77 or so left at Amazon, the hardcovers. I'll be reprinting the paperbacks. So if you order, if they run out of the hardbounds, in about a month's time, we should have the paperbacks. Reality Reveal is out of print. Like I mentioned in the previous, the cheapest I've seen on Amazon has been like $400 up to $1,100, and they sold fast. I may reprint some of this book. I have it on a CD, $10 plus $3 for mailing, domestic. International, I think, is like $5 or $4. But that's where some of this is coming from, plus new information I've included in this video. Okay, first period, 50 years leading up to it. The magnetic field is going to be decaying, as I've shown in the previous video. It's starting to decay exponentially. And it doesn't have to go to zero. It can go to like 20,000 nanoteslas or 15,000 and then flip. The Earth's magnetic, the rotation is due to the Earth's magnetic field. So there's many legends or mythologies that say the Earth slowed down. And I expect that as the magnetic field decays, as I showed from the RAND Corporation report, the Air Force knew that
The
there's a
RAND
connection
Corporation.
between the Earth's rotation
Come
and the
on.
Earth's magnetic field. But we may have 25-hour days to maybe as much as 28-hour days before the reversal. Then you know it's too late then, but it's going to happen momentarily. But we just don't know how much time between the slowdown and when it happens. Okay. heat
The
source of
truth right
center
here,
of the Earth.
man. It's what Michael was trying to
What
tell
I
you
theorize,
all.
it's not a center core, as I've mentioned in this series, video series 4, part 4A, what the heat source is in the center of the Earth, as well as the center of the sun. It's a center modulation point. The information going into it is something like this, a toroid shape. As this information gets more unstable, more potential to it, what I believe happens is the opening in this thing gets larger and larger, and it's producing more and more heat. There's a plasma in this area. There's 4 states of matter: solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. I'll define plasma for what I believe it is using my theory of existence. It's a case where I showed the atom traces out a toroid shape, the information does. Every time it crosses the x-axis, it's creating the atom physically. I think as the potential gets greater and greater, this hole in the middle gets larger and larger. The toroid gets larger and larger. At some point, the dipole can't transmit that information to that point in time and space stably. So it almost instantly disappears, demodulates, and then it tries to send the information back again. So this back and forward will create a lot of voltage. So it's part information of the atom plus a lot of potential or voltage. And that's what this plasma would be. As it gets greater, the outer mantle is going to heat up. Then the crust or the lithosphere, and then we finally have a crust which is 20 to about 40, 50 miles thick is what they estimate, is going to start basically really getting hotter. We'll have more volcanoes, earthquakes, because the plates are going to be able to move much more freely. So we're going to have an incidence of more earthquakes, which we are seeing around the Ring of Fire and every place where 2 plates come together. So that's the mechanism we're going to see before the event. On the sun's output's going to be increasing. You'll see it in solar wind, sunspots, the CMEs, and a lot of other things. Ben Davidson's website, Suspicious Observers, is probably the best one to go to know the daily activity of the sun. And he does an excellent job on his book also on giving you a good education on the sun and its structure. Increase in solar output. Now this is to show what I showed in the previous one. Global surface temperature anomalies, they link with the output of the sun is the red, and the output and the warming of the earth is the same. It's 100% correlation. Shows you from, well, here was our last Gleisberg cycle here, and it went straight up. Same thing here. And was expected to go 2010, it went up. Global ocean temperature, which I explained in the previous, is a direct result of solar output. So regardless of what they may say, so it's the ocean temperature going up because the output of the sun is increasing. Not just the visible light, it's the stuff we also don't see is heating it up too. Ocean water heats up, we get more tornadoes, more hurricanes, because the ocean heats up. I'm here in Florida over here by Jacksonville, and we had, I think, 2 hurricanes last year and the year before, and so we're going to get, every place on the East Coast is going to get more hurricanes, more storms, stuff like that. Can't avoid it. Typhoons in the Pacific. Polar ice caps and glacials will start melting, which it has been. This is 1989. It's 2017. See how much it's melted. There's so many cases you could see online. I don't want to repeat it too many times because I want to talk about some other things later on in this video, but glaciers are melting and stuff like that. It has nothing to do with CO2. This is a recent thing, and it's because of solar output is increasing on the entire spectrum.
What Michael was trying to tell you.
In fact, I've heard stories that 50, 100 years ago, the sun was more yellow than it is now. Now it's more white, which means the output's increasing. Part 2. So anyway, part 1 was more earthquakes, volcanoes, hurricanes, solar output flares, solar flares, maybe some Aurora Borealis and Australis you'll see on the northern southern hemisphere. Okay, part two. At the time of the reversal, the first thing you're going to have is this big Earth is going to stop rotating, as I explained in parts 4F and 4G, and I'm going to add another to explain it further because some people still had questions. This thing's going to stop. We're here in the United States. That's all ocean. That's the Pacific. Guess where that's going? That away. And we don't see the light from the sun for 8 minutes. So the people on the West Coast are so lucky. They won't see the sun go off, because right now we don't know what side there's going to be facing when it does nova. But they're going to have the great pleasure of seeing the Pacific Ocean rushing towards them real fast, maybe 300-400 miles an hour, maybe 500 miles an hour. And they won't have a chance even to know what's going on, other than this is going to happen and massive earthquakes at the same time. Then you know, if you're inland, maybe 200-300 miles inland and still in California, you're going to know what already happened. Don't bother calling anybody on the West Coast. They're not there anymore. So that's the process. So for 7 to 8 hours, this Earth is going to stop. And then it's going to slowly start rotating in the other direction, which makes the wave give you a second push. But it's not going further any faster. It's the Earth below is going in the other direction. So it's going to look like it's going faster to complete its journey across the entire United States. In fact, across both Americas. So if you're on the East Coast, you don't know what's just happened on the West Coast. If you're standing here, and this is Cape Hatteras in North Carolina, you're going to see the ocean water rushing away from you real fast. And then if you could fly or go to the edge of the continental shelf, you'll be able to look straight down. Now, all of these little canyons here are obviously done by water. And what's going to happen is when that ocean from the Pacific gets to the other side, goes over the continent, over this entire shelf, much of it will follow the major rivers, the Potomac, the Hudson, etc. But you can see these channels or canyons all through the entire continental shelf. And this exists on every continent, the entire world. This drama is going to happen all over. That's what causes this. Nothing else, not electric beams from space, nothing. That's it. I was going to say also, it's not like a tidal wave or a tsunami. This is the whole mass of the ocean coming towards you real fast. The crust of the Earth, just like this ocean swims on the crust is swimming on a sea of magma on the lithosphere, or mantle, and it's going to bang up against each other. And you're going to have massive earthquakes that are going to last for hours, if not days, until these plates stabilize. So you'll get two punches. Once when the thing stops, and then when the Earth starts going the other direction, it's going to be another big spike of earthquakes in magnitude. Until it's going to probably days or weeks until all these crusts stabilize. That's why many of the mountain ranges have a north-south orientation worldwide, but not all. So some mountains are going to get pushed up, some are going to drop down. Some valley is going to cease to be a valley and be a mountain, maybe. The sun. The classic magnetic field deep inside the sun will create a large spike of energy, which we call a nova. Now, these are stars that, except for, well, all of them that I'm going to show here, are all less than the 12,000 light years away. Now, I'll explain. Here's one of them. Here's the planetary plane, and its north and south poles seem to blow outward vertically. And that tells you immediately there's something going on with this kind of a shape, this toroid shape going inside. But the plane along here blows outward. And this is an example of that. You can clearly see it. If this star had any planets here, they're going to get the big dusting. Same thing here. The planetary plane is right here. We're looking at it at an angle, kind of like this towards you. And the north and south poles send blobs of energy. This is like a plasma sent north and south. This one here is very good. It shows the circular design. The planetary plane here, but I don't see much of the dust. I don't know why. Maybe it's a very young star. I don't know. And this is where I cover some of this stuff, Series 4, Part 2. Here's some others. This was 11 to 11,500 light years away. This thing just blew. So this is about like 300 to 400, maybe 500 years after its nova. North and south poles blow, and across the horizontal, it bulges out. I don't know about the star other than it's maybe a big one, but it's an unusual shape. One thing I've noticed, and I think many of you have, all the stars seem to blow differently. It's like separate their own personalities, you know? Here's another, blows north and south, the poles. Here's the planetary plane, the dust shell here. And here's another one, here's the dust shell, and here it blew up way up there. It's amazing. And down here. Some of these photos are a composite, not just visible light, but infrared and ultraviolet, and then they combine all of them. Sometimes even the radio telescopes, they can resolve it clear enough. They'll put all of them together and you get these wonderful pictures. Okay, people on the sun side of the Earth will be able to see the sun expand, the solar disk getting larger as it expands towards the Earth for 7 to 8 hours. The Earth will not be rotating. Now, if you want to know why the scientists, geologists found a higher incidence of CO2 in the gas bubbles of the ice cores they got from Greenland and also Antarctica, it's because of everything facing that sun is going to burn. Anything organic is going to burn. Hence, a byproduct is CO2 and carbon monoxide, plus a lot of other gases too. But it's all going to be burning. Everything above ground is going to burn. But after the nova, between 10 to 15 minutes, maybe up to 30 seconds, you're going to have a burst of cosmic and gamma rays. So anything also on the surface is going to get a dose of cosmic rays. I don't know what the concentration is going to be, but some may be high enough to kill you. So if you're in a cave or some big structure, that probably will protect you. But that is how we have new species at the time of a polar reversal, a geomagnetic reversal. It's because you have an older species, and then you have a reversal, and then you have a slightly newer species based on an older one, because their DNA was changed because of that. So within 10 minutes to 15 after the reversal, or if you see the sunlight, that's 8 minutes, figure you got 2 to 4 minutes to hightail it into a cave or some kind of a shelter. The particles may last up to 30 seconds during this event. So in other words, we don't know when it'll arrive, but it may only last for about 30 seconds. If it's more, I'll stand corrected. Really, nobody really knows, because we haven't lived through this before, so it's kind of guesswork, but it's educated guesswork. Okay. Besides getting a dose of cosmic rays and the heat, this is what I estimate is going to happen for the ocean on the ocean side of the sun side of the Earth. A big spike, evaporating maybe as much as 1,000 feet of water. Much will come back in the form of hot rain immediately after, but it stabilizes and goes up like this to certainly over 400 feet below current sea level within, let's say, a month or so after the event. And it stays that way for, well, they think the end of the ice age was like here, and we know it was like about 150, 200 feet below sea level on my videos here, part 4, part 2, and series 4, part 4E, I go into the ocean levels and the carbon-14 dating of debris, organic material found in the continental shelves. It gives you an idea of how low it was and how long it stayed low. 17 to 18 hours later, we get this dust shell. This is a star. We're looking through the north pole of it, the pole of it, and this is the dust shell around it. You know, when they give an explanation, this is a planetary nebula, this is a brand new star, this is the stuff that makes it up, they're lying. They're grossly lying. It's not, and they know it. But they don't want you to look at the sun and that stars do nova. They'll do anything to lead you away from that, including saying that you're causing global warming, not the sun. So, the sun will blow outward. That's the dust shell. We get it within 17, 18 hours. This is some of the material that they found on the Earth. I've already shown in previous videos what they found on the moon and other parts of the Earth. So it's these little tiny glass beads, and some of them have fission tracks in it, and aluminum-26, barium-10, and a whole bunch of radioactive elements can only come from relativistic temperatures, atomic bombs going off. When the dust shell hits, first the water gets evaporated. You're going to have a bunch of clouds around the Earth, thick, thick clouds, because a lot of water is evaporated. It's going to go up in the form of steam. I don't know how high in the atmosphere, but probably very high and very dense. It's a boiling mess, at least on one side of the Earth. When that dust shell comes, it's going to blow a lot of this away on one side of the Earth. So, I explained it in the other one, I'll do it again. Last time the sun hit, I believe along this line here, roughly either 105 or 110 degrees east longitude rather, and where China is and India, because they saw it, and we have evidence of bone with fission tracks in it. So the sun side like an extremely low atmosphere. So 17, 18 hours later was here. The the dust shell hits, evacuates a lot of atmosphere on this side of the Earth, or did, past tense. This side was normal atmospheric temperature. But what happens is this expanded rapidly, came around to equalize the extremely low pressure here. The result is you have extremely high speed winds around it. That book, Adam and Eve's story, I think they were shooting from the hip. They said 1,000 miles an hour. No, I don't think air can go that fast. I think it's probably in the 300 to 400 mile an hour range. And it's going to come around and to fill up this area. Remember also, it's not my job also to figure exactly some of these numbers. We pay NASA and NOAA billions of dollars to figure things like this out. They haven't done such a hot job because they haven't told us of the warning. Some may not know, but a few in NASA I damn well do know they know. So it's their job to figure out the nuts and bolts and the actual numbers by modeling it to find out what the speeds of these things are really going to be. Not my job. I'm the philosopher trying to tell you what the danger you're in. So, you're going to go around the Earth. So you're going to have high-speed winds also on top of it, besides everything else that's going on. It's basically a cacophony of disasters and death. As I said, it's Boyle's law that on the backside, what happened, you had the temperature drop to well over 170 below zero. It's probably in the 200, 220 degrees below Fahrenheit, zero below Fahrenheit on this side. And that's why you have those fast frozen animals, and you have that wave down here that was frozen solid in place. Just amazing. This is the other side. This is in Siberia. They found this frozen cave lion. It's a baby. baby mastodon, fast frozen, woolly rhinoceros, fast frozen, in ice and permafrost, basically. Okay, big question. What side of the Earth is going to be facing the sun when it novas? What side of the Earth will be getting the dust shell 17 to 18 hours later? That's the big question. There's two ways to figure it out. One is in the sedimentary evidence of the different polar reversals. Do you see fission tracks in the glass beads or in fossils or in mica that's on the Earth? You'll see the fission tracks. That'll tell you definitively what side of the Earth was facing when the sun novaed. Then if you, now since I've told you there stops this rotation goes the other way, you'll have an alternate situation that about almost on the other side of the Earth. It's not really, it's 17 hours later on the other side. You're going to wind up getting this, the opposite effect, freezing and stuff like that. So that's one. The glass beads might be another way to see if they have fission tracks in them. And the quantity of glass beads in certain areas could maybe tell you what side of the Earth got the dusting. There's another thing that's kind of interesting. Now, this is a scientist, I mentioned it in a previous video, I didn't put it here, that the wandering North Magnetic Pole has gone from here, but you'll notice it's basically 120 degrees each one. The other interesting thing is, in the Torah, it mentions the number 123 times. 3 times 120 is 360, like 360 degrees. Could this be telling us, and also the clues in the Torah, that if you know the last time the sun novaed here, you could figure it out backwards that the next time it'll either be 120 degrees further east to that last one would be 120 degrees west latitude, no, is longitude rather, running through Seattle and San Francisco and LA. So that side would get the sun. If not, then it would be almost Greenwich Mean, actually. Europe and Africa would get the cooking, but the other side, that would get the freezing. If that gets the freezing, we're going to have one hell of an ice age. One hell of an ice age. As it is now, if this thing, if it does here, the Pacific Ocean is rushing over the continent, that nova is going to see nothing but a lot of ocean. And again, we're going to have a tremendous amount of evaporation and one hell of an ice age. Now, the next time when it rotates in the other direction, like this, the jet streams are going to go this way. That means China, Siberia, are going to have one hell of an ice age. They're going to have the 4 and 5 mile thick ice fields because they're going to have one hell of a dusting. Snow. Okay, after the reversal, the day after the reversal, you're going to have, this is an apartment building, actually fell over and cracked in the middle. Isn't it amazing? This, I think, was a Taiwan earthquake of 8 on the Richter scale. But they're not going to, you're going to have any buildings on the surface. They're going to be washed away by that wave, but you're going to have a lot of earthquakes, a tremendous amount, all over 8 to 10 on the Richter scale. Should have mentioned earlier, before the reversal, the nova, you're going to have volcanoes going off. They'd have to be. And I think there has been an increase in volcanic activity. But during and after, you're going to have these things going off like mad. And there will be a pulse, another increase in earthquakes and volcanoes going off about 220 to 240 days after the reversal. Because remember, it takes time for that increased heat in the center of the Earth to percolate to the surface. And you'll have another spike of earthquakes and these guys going off worldwide. If you're near a volcano, you don't want to be on the west side of the you may want to be on the east side of it, because the dusting's going to come down. That's my experience from when Mount St. Helens erupted. Also, at the time of the reversal and after, you're going to have dark clouds. I mean, the amount of water that's evaporated is huge. And after the nova and the dust show goes, the sun is mostly going to give off ultraviolet light. That's why the sunspots are dark, but when you look at the sunspot with an ultraviolet camera lens, they're very bright. Now, Ben Davidson again and myself have been working on how much light will the ultraviolet light give and how much evaporation will give. He called me a few days ago and he thought the ultraviolet may actually cause some of the snow to evaporate more quickly than we thought. But he's still working on it. There's going to be a tremendous amount of lightning because the atmosphere is like a big capacitor. When this thing goes off, there's going to be a lot of lightning, sheets of it. Plus a massive amount of rain. The first rain is probably going to be hot, scalding rain. In fact, the Bible says, the Torah says the same thing in Genesis. And then it will gradually start cooling down, and then it'll start snowing. This kind of snow, whiteout conditions. But it's not going to be this bright. At least we don't think so. And the earth will be covered again with a big cloud cover for maybe 40 or 50 years, and it's going to be snowing and snowing and snowing. And not stop until all that has been wrung out of the atmosphere. It'll start off like this if your city is still standing and the ocean didn't get to you. In fact, the Chinese, I don't think the Chinese are going to see the Atlantic Ocean. The Atlantic is just not big enough to get to China. I don't think it is. So it'll start out like this, but it's going to end like this. Your cities are going to be down there and crushed from the weight of this stuff, if not the earthquakes finishes it off. So probably 1,000 years after this stuff melts, all you're going to find is rusted girders and gravel. If you don't do anything and you think I'm wrong that this thing's going to happen in 27 and a half years, then your grandson or great-grandson is going to be this guy here, looking for food and be a nice caveman, something like this. I don't know if this is real. It's got one hell of a mountain of ice here and snow and a couple of guys coming out of a cave. Now, where to build a shelter? What's the best chance of surviving this thing? Assume this whole thing is going to be covered in white, like that picture showed. Earth is going to be entirely white. It's not going to get any better. The first part that's going to be melting is in this area here, around the equator. This is still within the range of the how the sun wanders between the two equators and stuff like that. So this is where you want to be. So probably within the first 10 or 20 years, it'll start melting here. And so you want to be in a very big structure, which I'll handle. I'll cover a few minutes. So you want to be in this area. This will take a little bit longer. This may be another 15 to 20 years to melt. But this is the area you want to be in. Now I have to show here for the Americas. Up here, snow and ice for at least 150, 200 years maybe. So the first parts of the United States will be Florida and southern Texas that get melted. But you generally don't want to be up here for certainly the first 50 or 60 years or more. I mean, again, NOAA and NASA has to go really figure it out. In Africa, the equator is here. This is Lake Victoria. And the highlands of Ethiopia are up here. And the last ice age where the Blue Nile and the White Nile met, there was a ice dam that went from here to there. It went up to 16 degrees north. And this thing was all water. When the dam broke, it went down the Nile and scored the Nile some places down to bedrock. So you imagine how fast this part of the Mediterranean filled up when this thing went. But that's how serious this thing is. This is what happened before. But you want to be in this area again. Probably the Europeans and the people, the Arabs and stuff like that, and the Russians will probably try to be here. I wouldn't want to be in Russia. It'll be just ice for hundreds of years, maybe 500 years. In the Indian Ocean, same thing. Indonesia, Malaysia, Borneo. The only problem with Indonesia, it's just a string of volcanoes. They're all going to be going off. So you have to really pick where you're going to be or to build. Southeast Asia might be just fine. The ocean water here should be somewhat warm, so it may melt faster here along this area. But again, don't know until you do more investigations. Up here is going to be just ice and snow for a long time. Here's the equator, same area. You want to be in this area in here, but away from a volcano, high enough that the Indian Ocean is going to be coming this way. So you have to, whatever you build has to be watertight and take that kind of pressure. Australia, up here, maybe you should be able to make it. And here in the highlands, might work, but again, we don't know how fast the snow and the ice would melt. Okay, the choice of what you build. The mythologies around the world. You go to Vector Pub, go to Reality Reveal, the book, go to chapter 11, you can read it there. It's your ancestors screaming from their graves of what happened to them. But because they survived it, we're here today. These are caves in Venezuela. There's some very good legends that say they survived it in these high mountains. And the reason they're high up is because they knew the water was going to come underneath. In that case, it was the Atlantic, and they wanted to be high and dry. Here's some cave dwellers. They don't know the age of them, and it's about 57 miles from Beijing. These are found, by the way, all over the world. Just look for human cave dwelling on not YouTube, but Google, and you'll see hundreds, if not thousands. Here's another one in Nepal, high up in the mountains. And these caves were actually started from the top and they dug down. And this debris here is from when they dug these caves here. And it's kind of a strange place to go, but somebody survived it here, otherwise they wouldn't have been digging caves, tunnels. They may have survived them. This is one, I think it was in Europe, in the Balkan areas, and it did not get the water. So they didn't get flooded out. I believe it was in this area in here. And so they have the Black Sea, but that's not much of an ocean. And I don't think it got this far, the Pacific. So I think that's why they probably survived it. That's the kind of structure you're going to build to survive this thing. The reason being is you have a wall of water coming at 300 or 400 miles an hour. That's going to be maybe 1,000 feet thick. It's going to come this way real fast. You have any perpendicular shape, it's going to get knocked over by that water, by that wall of water. This shape is the only one that's going to survive it. That's why they built them. This is an artist's rendition of what they think the original pyramid looked like before the Muslim Arabs stripped off the limestone to build their mosques and other buildings in Cairo. That's right, they're the ones who did it. This is a very large one in China. There's over 400 pyramids in the area. Many of them are burial tombs, but some of them are not. But you have to ask yourself the question, what told them to make this shape? This is almost the same shape you saw in the Americas. So why do they build this shape? Also, that's north, north magnetic. This is north axis pole. Who told them to build it based on the axis of the Earth? It's not random. They're both the same. Why this shape? You have to ask yourself that. Even if it's a barrel tool made after the fact, which some of them are not. They had something in their legends. The Chinese had the legend. They knew what happened. To build this shape to survive it. Here's more Chinese pyramids. Here's one. Here's another one covered with a forest, basically. If you do nothing, this is what the lucky your luckily children, grandchildren, yet unborn generations are going to be like. Back to the Stone Age. Ladies, no women's lib. No equal rights. You'll be the property of some old guy like this. No cell phones, no malls, no TV, no internet. It's back to this. So, if you want an incentive, ladies, to help and to tell people, this is it. Family unit, lovely. This is a little further away, you know, maybe 1,000 years after. Gee, doesn't look, Ralph Lauren is not being sold. No shoes either. Okay. Because the seriousness of the subject and what I've proved in this, now you understand what I've done this whole series. I had to give you the science foundation to understand why this thing happens. There's either 3 or 5 stages of grief. Disbelief, denial, isolation. Some of you have already gone through that. I've seen some of the comments and some of the emails. The next stage is anger, and you should be angry. This could have been figured out a long time ago, but you don't know who to blame. I'm going to tell you on version 12. This era goes back to about over 1900 years, why you were stuck with a matter theory of existence that couldn't possibly figure this stuff out. Then you're going to be angry, but not at me. Bargaining, only if you didn't have that matter theory of existence and the government came clean with us. That would have been nice also. But I want to make it plain. I can't blame those in government and the CIA for doing what they're doing. If I had the body of knowledge they had 60 years ago and 50 when they brought these samples back from the moon, that came from the sun, I'd probably make the same decision, not telling anybody, because it would cause panic, and they didn't know when it was going to happen. Remember, I'm the one who figured out when it's going to happen. They didn't. So, the bargaining, only what if. For depression, some of you may already be there. Don't. You're not going to survive this thing, or your children, if you stay depressed. And finally, acceptance. But there's got to be another one. Action. In short, get off your ass and you have to do something. Now, you can't survive this thing on small groups of people, 100,000, even 500,000. Like I explained here, this takes big government to survive this thing. And when I mean that, so I'll explain why. I don't even have to, I'll step back and read this thing, but what it takes is you have to organize food, how to store food, what necessities you have to have for maybe 30 or 40 years until you can get out of your cave, or the ground it's warm enough sunshine to grow plants again and start the cycle over again. You have to save the animals and some insects. There's a lot you have to do, and it takes a national effort to do it. I don't think one country should do it for everybody. Every country should do their own, and that's a result of the people voted their government in. They get the government they deserve. It's as simple as that. Maybe kind of harsh, but I'm sorry, You can't save everybody. You have to save those who you can save and will be healthy enough to live through this thing. Let me see if I haven't missed anything. I'm sure almost all the politicians do not know of what I've explained in these videos. They aren't going to be told. They're a bunch of lawyers. What does a lawyer know, right? They don't know any of this stuff. They're as ignorant as you can get of this subject. And you have to force them to have hearings with the people, the few people in NASA and also in the CIA, to come clean and expose what they do know. USGS might know also some of the stuff, but I don't think so. I think what it is basically within the CIA, and I don't mean all agents, there's only one group. This is kind of a secret that cannot be kept a secret. Like I showed with the Ken Kuzmin letter, a lot of scientists back in the 60s and 70s knew something was up with the sun, and that's what causes the ice age and the mass extinctions. They knew it. They didn't know the mechanism. I had to come along and figure that one out. So I don't want you to get mad and be mad at government in general. They made the best decision they could. We now, the people, have to force them to do the right thing. And remember, they have to get educated on this also, and hopefully they'll see the videos and understand the importance of it. And also that they've been lied to, openly lied to. Diehold Foundation, nonprofit foundation. This book is being printed up now. They'll be back in Amazon within, I hope 2 weeks. It's the 10th of April now, so figure about the 20th of April, they'll be back in Amazon, so you can pick them up. This is the philosophy. This is where you have to start from to figure the whole thing out. I hope you got something from this video, and I hope you enjoyed it. Spread it out. Remember, the idea is to get at least 10 to 20% of the population to know this stuff so they can force government to do the right thing. Hi, my name is Douglas Vogt from the Diehold Foundation, and this is Series 4, Part 5C, the easy way of surviving this polar reversal cataclysm ice age. And unfortunately, it's the most coded secret that's in the Torah. No greater coded secret than this. And that's probably why no one ever figured it out before yours truly came around, because you have to come in through the science side of it to understand what the Torah really is, what's really going on, why Abraham bought the cave to begin with. There's too much to learn or know to figure this thing out. I'm going to have a special note for those who are atheists, because I get comments from atheists the minute they see the word God. That's a 3-letter word that must be the equivalent of them running fingernails across a blackboard. If you've seen my earlier videos, certainly video series 1, you know, the way I conceive God is really the operating system of this Diehold that we're in. If I've done anything good, I think I've proven that we're in a synchronous system. That's why all these blank periods in space, why the polar reversals happen roughly every 12,000 years, because we're in a synchronous system. And every synchronous system has to have an operating system. So if you see the word God mentioned, in your head, translate it to operating system. That you can relate to. And you have to break out of what you were taught and why you think you don't like the idea of a God. Just follow along and try to open up your mind, and don't be stubborn about this. Anyway, the information I'm going to present came from a number of my books and research. In God's Day of Judgment book, by the way, it's at the printers now, and it should be available from Amazon or from Vector Associates. probably by third week of May. This is the 4th of May, 2019. So give it about 3 weeks, and it should be in Amazon to order it again. Also, chapters 4 on the Hebrew alphabet, 6 and 7. The mythologies have some of the clues or evidence of our ancestors basically screaming from their graves of what happened to them. It's in chapters 10 and 11. I have some of the ASCII texts on vectorpub.com. You could read it, or you can get a CD of a PDF of the whole book with the pictures for $10 plus $3 for shipping. If you're overseas, include $5. You can send it to through PayPal. Anyway, that's 2 of the books. This is the key book. Once you figure out that this alphabet is exactly what Moses says, he says this was the writing of God and the words of God. In other words, he didn't design the letters, and he didn't put the sequence of symbols on the tablets. So once you understand this thing is the product of a highly advanced previous civilization, it opens up all new possibilities of really what's really going on. But you have to remember, this is really what's going on. You have an extremely advanced civilization. Either they were 5th-dimensional beings or 6th-dimensional beings that created this thing. That's why the book is indexed by the Library of Congress, quantum computing. Not kidding. Moses, some people think that the only thing that were on those 2 tablets he brought down, one, they weren't stone. I covered that earlier. There's no way it could be. He couldn't carry 90 pounds on his back. Trust me on this. Was only the letters that made up the 10 Commandments. Not true. There's 304,805 symbols or letters in the Torah. He duplicated twice because, one, there was supposedly 2 sets of tablets brought in, but also many of the stories of the codes are mentioned twice. So you double it, 609,610. On the other side, the number of Hebrews, male Hebrews who left Egypt, 603,550. That's a composite number. I'll cover that in a second. Total chapters and verses in the Torah, 6,034. That's half the number, 12,068. And the letters that make up the titles of the 5 titles, 26. The grand total, 609,610. In short, it's a hash total. Every accountant out there should know this is a hash total. This number is made up of 50 times 12,068, gives you 603,400. What's the 150 left over? It took me a few months to figure it out. It discovered another code system Moses used, which is cumulative small numbering. The unspoken name of God is Yod He Vav He. So the small numbering value of those 5 letters times each other gives you 150. So basically he was saying here with this number, God's cycles. In order to figure any of this stuff out, I had to know Moses' 10 code systems, the basic code systems. The first 3 or 4 were known by the rabbis, maybe currently today. The rest of them, forget it. Either they've been lost or they never knew it at all. Basic theory of existence is what you also have to know. You can't figure out this other way, the simple way of surviving this cataclysm, the one that this highly advanced civilization used, unless you know this theory of multidimensional reality. I haven't done the videos yet of volumes 1, 2, and 3. Some of you say, well, something called historical relativism, which says there was no Moses, there was no Abraham, there was no Exodus, etc. There was no Joseph. And it's because this came about 19th century in Germany, historical relativism. I think it's because they couldn't figure it out, or they couldn't find the real Mount Sinai, therefore can't exist. So if you get a chance to get a copy of Volume 3, you'll see the whole expedition. It's over 250 pages of the book and lots of pictures of the 3 expeditions I did, 2 to the central Sinai and the other one where the crossing was. And you'll see all the altars, every single one that Moses mentions in Exodus and Numbers. He gives an excellent description and accurate of the route he went to get to Mount Sinai. That's all covered in there, including exactly which days they were and how long it took them to get there. The total exodus was from Goshen to the base of Mount Sinai was about 60 days. The other one, this book here, which is really the next series of videos I'll be doing, tells you why Abraham bought the cave. And it wasn't in Hebron, it never was. It's towards the base of Mount Sinai. And all the clues and codes tell you that too, all from Moses. He's the one who gives you all the clues. For those who don't believe in any kind of religion, look at this as a scientific mystery story. Now you got to figure out the mystery about the clues left by primitive man. Look at it like that. Maybe that's more easier for you to swallow. Anyway, you'll find out in this book, Abraham was not 100 years old when he had his son. His wife was certainly not 90 years old and gave birth. Didn't happen. But in the first temple period, the priests changed some of the stuff, the word breaks, and really, she was probably in her teens and he was in his early 20s. And you'll see exactly what it is. It's explained in here. Quite easily, you'll see it right off the bat. Anyway, there's three main secrets to this thing you can't explain. Number one was the Hebrew alphabet. There's no question it's 22 views of that waveform, a modified square wave in a shape of a toroid. The second one, you can't explain that unless you realize we're dealing with something other than primitive man. Somebody extremely highly advanced came up with these shapes, what they were doing. The second one is the exact number of years between the geomagnetic reversals, aka polar reversals, and cataclysm. How could a late Bronze Age man know this 12,068 year cycle? Because the number's embedded in the Torah, as I showed you in Moses 10 code systems and the videos. There's no way he could. I mean, I found it only because 12 astronomers figured out the distance between the Earth and 12 open clusters and globular clusters from us, and that revealed the 6 blank periods of space. But it took astronomers and the invention of telescopes and everything else that went along with it, including the redshift. So he couldn't have known it. There's no way dear sweet Moses could have possibly known this. Oh, by the way, Moses did exist. Volume 3 and the Exodus. It shows all the altars he had created. Fictional people do not leave physical evidence behind. The third phenomenon you cannot get around is the exact date for the next Gleisberg cycle is embedded in the Torah. The genealogy is from Adam to Abraham, when they had their first son, except Adam is really his third son, until it's 2046. That is when, between September and December 2046, is the next Gleisberg cycle. And I showed the Torah in video series 7, God's 11th cycle, that Moses didn't even know about. It gives us the exact month, the day, and the year for the next polar reversal and cataclysm. Okay, let's start off with this. This is from Plato's Statesman. And it's an example of that our ancestors did know that there were these cycles that ran through time, and the Earth's rotation changed and went the other way. So I'm going to read it. There was a time when God directed the revolutions of the world, but at the completion of a certain cycle, he let go, and the world, by a necessity of its nature, turned back. Now, there's the reversal. and went around the other way. But the truth is that there are two cycles of the world. And in one of them, it is governed by the immediate province and receives life and immortality. And in the other, it lets go again and has a reverse action during infinite ages, 12,068 years. This new action is spontaneous and is due to the exquisite perfection of balance to the vast size of the universe and the smallness of the pivot upon which it turns. I estimate it's between 7 and 8 hours. All changes in heaven affect the animal world, and this being the greatest of them is most destructive to man and animals. At the beginning of the cycle, before our own, very few of them had survived, and on these a mighty change passed. Volume 3 of Oxford's University Dialogues of Plato, or you can go to Loeb's Classics. The method hinted at in the Torah is, like I mentioned, there is the deepest coded secret there is. That's why no one ever figured it out. And you have to think in terms of a society that is tens of millions of years more advanced than us. They knew the program that is in our die-hole perfectly, and they were able to do it. They must have been either highly advanced fifth-dimensional beings or maybe sixth. I don't even know if the sixth-dimensional beings even have a society or they'd even bother with one. I'm not too sure. You have to think in terms of an information theory of existence. Hence, you have to know that theory of existence. This is the reason why no one before ever figured it out. Anyway, first two questions that you have to ask. Did Moses exist, and was there an Exodus? I kind of mentioned that already. Volume 3 covers that. If you go into Die-Hole Foundations, you'll see the two expeditions and the third one, Mount Sinai, and some of the altars are on there. The whole story is obviously in the book. The next question is, how did Moses get this information? Now, the rabbis, unfortunately, they make everything sound like it's a miracle because they can't figure it out themselves. It's not their fault. It's just the way they were taught. This is not a miracle. Don't think in terms of magic and miracles. This is technology, highly advanced technology. You just don't know how it works. How did Moses communicate with God? Two ways. One was the rod, because the ark hadn't been made. The ark part here is courtesy of Raiders of the Lost Ark. We all love that movie. Courtesy and thank you, Steven Spielberg. The top part is a collection of what I think was on the top. It's different from what I've seen other ideas of the Ark of the Covenant. The two cherubims by the legends is two young baby boys. What was interesting about them is it said in the legends that their heads were tilted back and the closest thing to each other were their lips, and they were looking down at something in the center of the ark. Now, you know, if you watched my video 6 on the code systems, the length of the sacred cubit is 24.136 inches. So this thing was 5 feet long. We know the hand breadth is about 6 inches. And we have 5 things on top of this ark that the Hebrews did not make. They pulled it out of the cave. One was something that resembled like a chair, but it's not a chair. It was blue crystalline, and it basically must have been the computer and a power source. The other thing were 4 round discs. It's described by Ezekiel in the book Ezekiel. Book Ezekiel was written by Baruch, the grandson of Jeremiah. That's explained in volume 4, The Prophets and the Priests. It's also explained in the back of God's Judgment book, who he was. But one on each side of each one of the cherubs. And I remember there's a bunch of eyes around it. Well, it wasn't really eyes, it was like a bunch of LEDs, and this crystal was grown in a way that the image was thrown above it. The tabernacle was basically 30 feet by 60 feet. about 20 feet high. And it instructed Moses to have the smoke in the room from here up to the top. So you had the way this thing worked, I'm going to show a lightning here, is because what he describes here is a perfectly described what they call a flame speaker or plasma speaker. This is a German company made one like this, and there's others. You can go online and see how they work. But it was discovered by Faraday in the late 1800s that if you modulated a high voltage frequency across ionized particles, you get perfect sound. So this tabernacle, when this thing was turned on, you had a speaker that was 30 feet by 60 feet and about 10 feet deep of smoke, and all those molecules vibrated, and one very loud speaker system. That's why it says the Hebrews didn't want to be in the presence of, it basically ran for their lives. It was too loud. I don't know how Moses did it. Maybe he was half deaf anyway. But that's how this thing worked. It was a flame speaker. How late Bronze Age man could not have figured out how to build this thing or what it was. They did. The key of the whole thing was this thing right here. Now, no description. The description of this thing shows up occasionally in some of the prophet section where they say he was enthroned, the throne on top, things like that. They hint at it, but they aren't direct about it. The only one who was direct about it was Baruch, because he's the guy who put this thing away back in the family burial cave. That's how he knew, and he knew it was safe to describe it. Before, never described. Okay, so they built the tabernacle after 1 year of being at Mount Sinai. They set the thing up, and Moses is in this tabernacle, basically taking dictation. And this is the quote from here in Numbers chapters 12:7. My servant Moses was not so. He was referring to anybody else. He is trusted in all my house. With him do I speak mouth to mouth, even manifestly, and not in dark speeches. And similitude of the Lord doth he behold. In other words, not a running conversation in Hebrew, whatever language they were speaking at the time. I assume it was Hebrew. And Moses asked questions, and he got answers back. And not coded stuff, not things we get in our dreams where you need a psychiatrist to figure out what the hell you just dreamt. No, that's what he did. So the stuff that's quoted in here is because of this mechanism. You have to look at it as a mechanism. It's not magic. The Hebrews journeyed from where Mount Sinai was, which is on the desert, and I'm not going to show where it is. He was living with, at 20 years old, it says in the Torah, you're a man. Now, why did they give 20 years old? We know Moses murdered an Egyptian boy, probably somebody close to his own age. And I explained that he was living in the compound of people who were basically relatives of the Pharaoh's family. That's why he was raised in the household of the Pharaoh. There's a reason why. So he murdered him, but he was the second son. The oldest was Aaron. Aaron was going to be the high priest of Hathor. So the father instructed Moses to kill this Egyptian because he must have found out where the family put the gold and the silver. So he escaped and went to Midian, which is here around Elat on both sides. So he used to travel from here, going north, with his sheep, arrived at the base of the hill roughly in the middle of February, because the lambs are born March, a little bit in April, generally, in the northern hemisphere. And that's what his truck was for 60 years. So he became a man, but he left at 20 because he was on his own, therefore you're a man, and an adult. And he went there, and then that's what happened. For 60 years, he knew the Sinai Desert, like better than the back of his hand. So he leaves us 10 major clues in the Torah of what this is all about, of what this great secret is of how to save your butt. So he knew Now keep in mind, he knew the Sinai better than anybody else. Okay, keep that in mind. Okay, so the first clue, like I said, is 23:20. Behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee by the way, and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. Have light bulbs gone over in your head yet? It should. Take heed of him, and hearken unto his voice. Be not rebellious against him, for he will not pardon your transgression, for my name is in him. Well, the unspoken name of God is Yod He Vav He. I've interpreted the Yod as an abbreviation for God. He Vav He, I interpret as meaning builder. So it would be God the builder. What does he build? He builds the universe because he's the operating system. Next quote, Exodus 32:34. And now go, lead the people into the place of which I have spoken unto thee. Behold, mine angel shall go before thee. Nevertheless, in the day when I visit, I will visit their sin upon them. Moses knew like I mentioned, knew the Sinai at the back of his hand. What does he need anybody to lead him anywhere? Which I have prepared. He's going to a place that Moses doesn't know about. He doesn't know where this place is. A place of which I spoken unto thee. See, look at this thing as a science mystery novel. Got it? Second clue. The Hebrews left Mount Sinai on the 50th day of the second year. That's lunar year. They traveled for 3 days into the wilderness of Paran, which is towards the south. That's the quote, Numbers 10:11. One of the code systems, you have to take a longer word and take it apart. Paran, that's what it's spelled in Hebrew. The first part of the word means mouth or opening. The second part of the word is rejoicing or song of joy. Together, the two words means joyful opening. Gee, that's a real funny name for an area of the desert, don't you think? Third clue. Hebrews arrive at the place 3 days later, they walk there. And on the first day, a fire started in the uppermost part of the camp in Numbers 11:1. Moses calls the place Taberah. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. The word is made up of two other words. The first part of the word, teb, if you swap the B for the adjacent letter A, as one of the code systems, swapping adjacent letters, you get the word which means room or chamber. The second word, yarah, means to uncover. The two words together, this word really means to uncover a room or chamber. Now you know why God sent an angel, whatever that may be, to lead the congregation to a place 3 days south, to a room or a chamber. Getting curious now? After the first day, the Hebrews started to complain about wanting to eat meat. Don't we all like that? Six strange things happen that cannot be explained in our normal time and space. They're, in essence, clues to realize, okay, something's different here. They've done something. They may have gone into a room or a chamber or something, and all of a sudden, really weird stuff are happening. First one. Next day, a wind brought a huge number of quails inland. They supposedly dropped dead a day's journey, about 4 to 5 miles on north and south of where the encampment was. By the way, I know within a couple hundred yards where this place was, where they went. The pile of dead birds were said to be 2 cubits, which should be 4.2 feet high. That's impossible. I saw so few birds anyway in the Sinai Desert. For this to happen, it's just impossible. As meat was still in their mouth, the people started dying from a very fast plague. Nobody dies from food poisoning that fast. That can't be in normal time and space. Aaron and his sister Miriam decided that God also spoke to them. God didn't like that one bit. The end result is Miriam wound up getting an instant case of leprosy. Nobody gets leprosy that fast. Korah and 250 other princes of the other tribes assembled themselves against Moses and Aaron. Now, the key word is against them. There's a reason why, and I'll explain that shortly. God again became angry. The earth opened up and swallowed them up, including all of their tents, belongings, and families. That's called really pissed off. A fire came down from the sky and killed about 250 who offered incense in front of the tent of meeting. The ground instantly opened up. Again, can't happen. Let me go explain this 250. 250 times the length of the sacred cubit. It gives you 6,034 of the chapters and verses in the Torah. So it's something about the Torah. 250 here, same message as really Torah. This thing couldn't have happened in real time and space. We're not done with the 250. The next day, the congregation again came to the entrance of the tent of meeting and challenged Moses because 250 of the leaders had been killed the previous day. A plague had already started by the time Aaron went out among the people. Scripture reports that 14,700 people had died that fast. This is a coded number. Nobody died. It's the total number of days in 40 years plus 90 days. Where they get the 90 days from? The 60 days it took them to go from Goshen to the base of Mount Sinai. And the 30 days, supposedly they went into this room. Oh, let me go back to this. I'm going to explain why the congregation went after Moses and Aaron, why they went after him. This is why. When Moses went back into the cave to supposedly retrieve another set of tablets, Korah must have followed him, or one of his relatives went and followed him into the cave system. In the second cave, they must have seen the burlap bags or food bags, the grain sacks, loaded with the gold and silver that Joseph collected for the sale of the grain. But the family, the Ephraimites, never gave up the gold and silver. So 11 of the 12 tribes went to slavery, but not Joseph's two sons, or him, because he was freed by his girlfriend, Hatshepsut. So 11 of the 12 tribes went to slavery, only 10 came out. One disappeared. So they must have then figured out the secret. And that's why they rebelled against Moses and Aaron, because they knew what they were. They knew Aaron was an Ephraimite. You'll learn all this in volumes 2 on Joseph and 3 on the Exodus. I cover the actual family tree of Aaron and Joseph. Fifth clue. Your carcass shall fall in the wilderness, and all that were numbered of you. Those are all the adults over 20. From 20 years old and upward. Ye that have murmured against me. But as for you, your carcasses, now those, the younger ones, under 20, at the time of the Exodus, shall fall in the wilderness, as your children shall be wanderers in the wilderness for 40 years, and shall bear your stayings until your carcasses be consumed in the wilderness. Loves the word carcass. Why does it just say dead? No. Again, you have to take the word for carcass apart. Jason, letter swapping again. So, first part of the word for carcass is gane, which means body, corpse, or dead body. And that kind of fits a carcass. But the second part of the word, that's different. Second part of the word, Yahum, is not a word, but if you swap the mim, the M, for the lamed, the L, you get the word Yahol. which means to prevail or overcome. The new meaning of the word is then to overcome death. He's done this more than once, where the surface meaning of a word is opposite of when you take the word apart. This is not the first time he's done this. So carcass here is he's really trying to say overcome death. Now you'll see what this means in a few moments. So the surface story, everybody who left that's over 20 years old, also all been dead by the end of 40 years. Okay, first, the rest of these clues all came from Deuteronomy. Now, historical relativism says that Jeremiah is the one who wrote the Deuteronomy, and the Torah was written over 700 years. Because some words that were translated in Deuteronomy are the only words that were not at the time of Moses, but only at the time of Jeremiah, the end of the temple period. And they're right about that. What they don't know, because they're very lazy or just lazy scholars and didn't do what I had to do, took me 11 months to figure out these priests had three names. They had a given name at birth and when they were scribes. When they entered the priesthood, roughly around 20 years old, they adopted a priestly name, which is usually a composite name. And if they were the eldest son and their father was the high priest, and they were going to become the high priest, they adopted a prophet's name. So they had three names. Two of the priests actually had double. They doubled it because they were concealing their identity. But that's another story. So this is how you figure out what really happened, not what they teach you, because that's wrong. 2 Kings chapter 22:8. Hilkiah, the high priest, said unto Shaphan. Shaphan is Jeremiah. This is Jeremiah's grandfather. Said to Shaphan, the scribe, less than 20 years old, I have found the book of the law. The law is without question the Torah. In the house of the Lord, the temple, which was closed, and they just opened it up after a bad king. And Hilkiah delivered the book to Shaphan, and he read it. Chapter 22:10. And Shaphan the scribe told the king, saying, Hilkiah the priest hath delivered me a book. And Shaphan read it before the king. The same story is retold in 2 Chronicles 34:14-21, except it gives us additional information about the book. In verse 14, it tells us that the book was given by Moses. Therefore, there's no question it's Deuteronomy. And in verse 19, it tells us the king Joash rent his clothing. He tore his clothing up. He was that really kind of upset. Shaphan read it to him. Why the rabbis and the others couldn't figure this out, you have to ask them. But I'll tell you one thing. It took me 11 months to figure out the whole family history and what was going on, thanks to Excel. Thank you, Bill Gates and Microsoft for that. Okay, so Deuteronomy starts off supposedly at the end of the 40 years, and supposedly then all the people that were over 20 that saw the Exodus, was in Egypt to see all these miracles, all supposed to be dead now, right? You're going to find out just the opposite. You'll see the pattern that Moses sets up here in Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 1:30. The Lord your God who hath gone before you, he shall fight for you according to all that he did for you in Egypt before your eyes, and in the wilderness where thou hast seen how that the Lord thy God bore thee. So talking first person to those who had survived and seen this thing, the adults. Second one, did ever a people hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of the fire? That was at Mount Sinai, where only the adults were in the cave to see this. Thou hast heard and lived. The Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes. Again, talking only to the adults. Hey, I thought they were all dead. 5:4. The Lord spoke with you face to face in the mount out of the midst of the fire. And the Lord showed signs and wonders great and sore upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his house before your eyes. You got it? Deuteronomy 7:15. And the Lord will take away from thee all the sickness, and he will put none of the evil diseases of Egypt, which thou knows, upon thee. Next one. The great trials which thine eyes saw, and the signs and the wonders, and the mighty hand, and the outstretched arm, holding the rod, thereby the Lord thy God brought thee out. Chapters 9:17. And I took hold of the two tablets and cast them out of my two hands and broke them before your eyes. He didn't break them. I explained that earlier. There's probably a translation issue with the people who did the translation of the Bible. He only dropped them out of his hands. That's all he did. He wouldn't have broken them. He couldn't have broken them. Thy God hath done for thee great and tremendous things which thine eyes have seen. Next one. And thou know ye this day, for I speak not with your children that have not known, and that have not seen the chastisement of the Lord your God. But your eyes have seen all the great work of the Lord which he did. Specifically, Moses saying, it's not your kids, it's you. But all these people are supposed to have been dead. Carcasses, wilderness. Guess not. This is the last one for this. And Moses called unto all Israel and said unto them, Ye have seen all that the Lord did before your eyes in the land of Egypt, unto Pharaoh, unto all his servants, and unto all the land. The great trials of which thine eyes saw, and the signs of those great wonders. Ye are standing this day, all of you, before the Lord your God, your heads, your tribes, your elders, and your officers, even all the men of Israel. The 250 supposedly died, all their leadership of all the tribes. They didn't die at all, did they? Well, their leadership is all there intact. Sixth clue. This can't, bear with me. Deuteronomy 2:14. And the days of which we came from Kadesh Barnea until we were come over to the brook of Zered were 30 and 8 years, until all the generations, even the men of war, were consumed. Okay. I've been through a good chunk of the Sinai. Bernei Kadesh, there's several Kadeshes mentioned in the Torah. It just means holy Kadesh. Kadesh Bernei is a well here. This is El Kasima, it's a small town police station there. There's the well. This is what it looks like today. The well is actually there. There is no evidence anywhere in the Sinai of large, tens of thousands of people living in the Sinai desert. The Egyptian guards I went with, they know of none. We didn't see any. No mass graves, no garbage piles. We all make garbage. They leave evidence behind. And other things, we don't see it. Seventh clue. Thy remnant clothing waxed not old upon thee, neither did thy foot swell these 40 years. Deuteronomy 29:4. And I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes are not waxed old upon you, and thy shoe is not waxed old upon thy foot. This is an example of the ground in the Sinai desert. Rock, flint chips, calcium carbonate of all types. There's a close-up of the ground. This is the flint, and this is the calcium, limestone. Chips of pretty hard to walk on. The whole desert's like this. The Egyptian, the first expedition I went on, the Egyptian guide I had to give him a second pair of boots I had because his boots fell apart. Your shoes wouldn't last 6 months tops in the desert, more or less the shoes they were wearing, probably just leather coverings. No way are going to last 40 years. No way are their clothing, anybody's clothing is going to last 40 years anywhere. In the desert, the ultraviolet light, the heat, the sweat, they probably had cotton clothing, fell apart. No way. There's absolutely no way. That is impossible. But it's a clue. Eighth clue relates to the angel who led Moses and the congregation through the Sinai desert for 40 years. Deuteronomy. And Moses called unto all Israel and said unto them, that's all the tribes, ye have seen all that the Lord did before your eyes in the land of Egypt unto Pharaoh. But the Lord hath not given you a heart to know, and eyes to see, and ears to hear unto this day. The secret things belong unto the Lord our God, but the things that are revealed belong unto us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of his law. He's overtly telling you there's hidden things that these primitive people couldn't possibly have known what they saw, what they heard, even what they did. Clearly saying there are secret things in this book that you're not going to understand because technologically you're too primitive. Today, we're still pretty primitive, but at least one of us figured out what the technology is, what they're really talking about here. That's the eighth clue. Ninth, we're almost done. Deuteronomy 30, this chapter starts off by saying that all of the beings, blessings and curses have passed, implying this is the end of days. Okay, Deuteronomy 30 talks about the Hebrews scattered all over the whole world and are to return. Okay, the next part, the next verse is not them. So you got to understand, it's different. 30 verse 4. If any of thine that are dispersed be in the uppermost parts of heaven, from hence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee, and the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed. By my theory of existence, we're fourth dimensional beings. We're in a created reality, created by a dihold, a synchronous system. So you have a synchronous system, a dihold, and you got a creation. This thing's saying there's multiple parts to this, to the storage, to the RAM storage, to the makeup of this dihold. Multiple parts in it that are accessible. Hence, the previous one that says, secrets only that God understands. That's what he's talking about. The 10th clue is about where the neither world, sometimes interpreted as hell, something like that, in Deuteronomy 32:22. Moses used it as really to mean consumed to the lower earth by God, which means you could interpret it as going into a cave or an opening. 11th clue is really from Ezekiel. Ezekiel, again, is Baruch. He's the guy who put the ark away. Those who say they know where the ark is, they say all kinds of crazy places. If you can't figure out who the person was who put the ark away, you will not ever figure out where the ark is. Then he said unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. I'll stop there. The current crop of Jews, including you, is truly, well, I actually know because 3/10 of my DNA is Egyptian. But most Jews don't know what tribe they were part of. They have no idea. Too many years of it. 2,600 years since the fall of the first temple. I mean, just forget it. They don't know. In fact, some of the Arabs in the West Bank may have better claim to being from one of those tribes than some Jews from Germany, Poland, etc., or Russia. Okay, so it says, Behold, they say, our bones are dried up and our hope is lost. We are clean cut off. Therefore prophesy and say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God, behold, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of the graves, O my people, and I will bring you into the land of Israel. Most people interpret this as saying the dead are going to rise. Not going to happen. You're dead, you're dead. He's talking about something else. The beginning part of this was this dried bones. He describes a desert. No question, a dry desert. That's where he is. That's the Sinai Desert. The secret of redemption. Now I'll explain it. One, you have to realize we're dealing with an extremely highly advanced technology and people that make us look like monkeys. They're that advanced. They understood and knew exactly how the universe worked. They knew exactly the program that creates our reality. They knew the program that they were in. And they were able to build things like that crystalline computer on top of that ark, that rod, and other things. So, what happened? How come their clothing didn't wear out and their shoes didn't wear out if it was 40 years? This is the secret. The Hebrews were in a room or chamber, yeah, right, for either 30 days or 31 days. I haven't made my mind up whether they went immediately in after they arrived at the place or they waited one day before they went in. It's the only reason. But on the outside, 40 years had passed. That's a ratio of 471 to 1 or 487 to 1. One or the other. If you're in this buffer, I'll give you an analogy of what this is about. In a computer, our computers. Let's say you're in Microsoft Word, and you also have Photoshop. You have a picture you want to put in a Word, and you have some text you want to put in a Word. You'll highlight the text, hit Control-C. That block of words, ASCII text, will go into a block of RAM memory in the computer. Same thing goes for a picture. All those bits that make up that TIFF or JPEG go into RAM memory. Now, time doesn't have to change at all there, it just stays there. In this system, there is a time, but it runs much, much slower and at a different rate, so it doesn't use resources that the system needs to create this reality. Back to this. So this ratio of 471 to 487, it's either, if you're in this buffer for 150 days, it's equivalent of either 193 years or 200 years, which means you would have passed the worst part of the Nova and the Ice Age. That's what this highly advanced civilization did to escape this event, why they survived it. Now, why the operating system is telling Moses this and leaving all these clues is maybe he wants us to survive this thing. But it's under his terms, not under ours, obviously. This thing's too well coded. I don't know if anyone of you are going to believe me or what, because most of you can't think in terms of an extremely highly advanced technology and people. We've been playing with computers, what, like 60 or 70 years? These people have been doing it for tens of millions of years. What do you think they figured out? I want to give some people some hopes you understand what the game that's being played here. Baruch, he wrote Joel, he wrote Obadiah, and much of Psalms, but not all of Psalms. Some of the Psalms are written in the 1st or 2nd century. And it shall come to pass that whoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be delivered, for in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem there shall be those that escape, as the Lord has said, among the remnant, those whom the Lord shall call. I want to give people hope. God's term is this. He doesn't want us praying to man-made gods. It says clearly, it's in God's judgment book, and they don't want to step on too many people's toes or make too many people unhappy or feel protective. But anything you see in this dimension, whether it be a figure of a man, a woman, animals, plants, trees, they're not God. God is unique. He is the operating system that creates this reality we're in. For some reason, he decided to talk to late Bronze Age people, and that's it. There's a question of free will, how we perceive time, some of the stuff I cover in God's Yet Judgment book, which hopefully will be available in about 3 weeks. Recording date today is May 4th, I think. So in about 3 weeks, the book should be back in Amazon. But this is what's trying to be done. And in one of the mythologies from, I think it was Central America or South America, it was South America, I think by Venezuela, it said, all of man's false gods pass away. And now you understand. You're faced with the truth of what reality is, not what you'd like it to be. If you're a representative of the United States federal government, and you want to talk to me about what I've discovered, what I have here on these videos, you know how to get a hold of me. You did 42 or 40 some odd years ago, and I think you have more currently too. We can make a meeting at the FBI office here in Jacksonville. They're on Gate Parkway. We can make a meeting there. The reason I have a meeting there is I don't want cranks and stuff like that. I don't want foreign agents. You can't get into that building unless you are who you say you are. I think we have something to talk about, don't you? Diehl Foundation is a 501c3 science foundation. You understand perfectly what we do and what we're trying to do. We study the causes of the Ice Age and polar reversals. You can contact me through research at Diehl Foundation. You can donate through that same thing through PayPal if you wish. It would be appreciated. I would like to hire some geologists to help out in the research. I hope you got something out of this. You'll probably have to watch this more than once to get all of it out. As usual, I cover too much information. Hi, my name is Douglas Vogt from the Diehl Foundation. And this is probably the second most important 2 videos I've ever done. The first being, of course, Series 4 explains what causes the Ice Age and polar reversals, why they happen immediately after each other. This one's a little different. This is going to be the first time I could say that I have figured out what side of the Earth is going to be facing the sun when it novas next time, and what side of the Earth is going to be get the dust shell, and what side gets the instant ice age. I was going to put it first in one video, but it was going to run too long, and I'm trying to keep these things under 1 hour. So I'm going to explain what this is all about. This is part 5D. I'm going to cover the mythology showing which side of the Earth saw the last nova, and then finally, the one thing we know the sun does when it does nova, it gives off cosmic rays, and these cosmic rays are like atomic bullets, basically. And when they hit certain minerals, and even bone, petrified bone, they leave fission tracks. So this is what this is going to cover. And the reason is once you know for sure what side of the Earth faced the sun 12,068 years ago and saw the sun nova, you can then figure out what side's going to be hit or see the sun when it does nova. Part 5E, or the part 2 to this thing, we're going to cover the proof of the Earth's magnetic field, why I feel it's going to be happening soon, within 26 years. Which side of the Earth will be seeing the sun, which side is going to see the dust shell, and the instant ice age. If you want to receive email notices of the videos we put out, or anything else, I don't think I send more than 1 out or 2 out a whole month. Sometimes it goes even longer. Send them to research or info or research at diehlfoundation.com. If you want to make a contribution to the foundation, it would be through PayPal, research@dieholfoundation.com. So I'm going to be covering stuff from chapter 8 here and chapter I think 10, and also some stuff here, the basic theories from this. In fact, you can't figure any of this stuff out unless you come in through a information theory of existence. That's why no one before me had ever figured it out, because we're dealing with a clock cycle. We're going to also, in the first part, we're going to cover chapter 11 from my book Reality Revealed, which I did copyright in 1977. I researched it from 75 to 77, and I spent a lot of time in the UCLA stacks. Anyway, I've been studying this subject since '69. It comes out to 51 years, and I've seen dozens of theories on the Ice Age and polar reversals come and go, and some deserve to go. And I've seen how scientific theories have evolved and how some have started. And that's important to figure out when you're reading the new stuff, what makes sense, what information should have been cleaned up, or the scientists should have done a better job of researching. Anyway, I'm now 73 years old. And I'm hoping that my research will help people survive this thing. It really doesn't matter what religion you are, race you are, what part of the earth you're on, or what political persuasion you are. This is going to affect everybody on the planet. And you have to understand the reason why academia and government came up with the idea of global warming is being caused by mankind, is that they had to come with an alternate explanation of why the Earth will be getting warmer before the reversal, because really it's the sun that's going to be, its output is increasing across a broad spectrum. Anyway, we'll start in. Now, on my last book, Gaussian Judgment, I had calculated that the sun novaed over China, India. In fact, it was roughly 48 degrees longitude east. So this is the range in here where I think it was dead center. All right, that's Hawaii. I got China, India, and we're going to cover the mythologies from these two because they were quite prolific, and they're quite good too. So we're going to start in with their mythologies. This condition of excellence deteriorated and decayed until Su Zhaovin, the fire god, or fire the sun, and Fu Xia. Fu Xia is the Chinese atom, for instance, arose and commanded their administration of the world, on which came a compliance with their methods. But the state of unity was lost. I've got all the references here in brackets. Some of these books, I think those books to 1891, some even earlier than that. They're not the only ones who say there was a previous, more advanced civilization or people. And the way they describe it in the Chinese stuff, it's almost as if they're describing a fifth dimensional beings. You know, no sickness, everybody understood everybody else, and peace, tranquility, and whatever. And that's kind of what you get from fifth dimensional beings. The wind, Zuizan, represented the god of fire or the burning mirror. We believe this represents the sun. Fu Xia was a survivor who ruled China after the cataclysm. From the Chinese deluge legend, we hear of the mystical empress Nu Qua, royal lady of the West, the sun. The reason why they say west is because previously the sun rose in the west and set in the east. In her kingdom, it is alleged that 3 rebels had conspired with demons or gods of water and fire to destroy the world, and a great flood came on. This is the Pacific Ocean. Part of this Pacific Ocean went that away. That's the source of the flood that they are referring to, as well as the Indians too. Then it goes on, caused the waters to retreat by making use of charred reeds, an allusion to basically burning trees and anything that was on the surface. You could understand why. The burning forest. The legend also talks about the sky fell down, which could also mean they saw the results of the dust shell. They did. In part two, I'm going to show you the mechanism. It has to do with fluid mechanics of the dust shell, why they saw it and they got parts of this thing. From the Annals of Yahoo, who was alive when evidence of destruction was still present on the earth. Quote, at that time, the miracle is said to have happened that the sun, during a span of 10 days, did not set. I think it stopped only for about 7 to 8 hours. And I think when you're reading mythology, you have to understand they're 12,000 years old. Sometimes they screw up the story. They get things mishmashed. But you're looking for the main components. Basically that the Earth stopped its rotation for a period of time. The forests were ignited, and the multitude of abominable vermin were brought forth. In the lifetime of Yahoo, the sun did not set for 10 full days, and the entire land was flooded. Well, you understand why it was flooded, but the Pacific Ocean was rushing over them. An immense wave that reached the sky fell down on the land of China. The water was well up on the high mountains, and the foothills could not be seen at all. There's also a legend, I didn't repeat it here, but it's in Reality Revealed, that they were able to find seashells and other remains of sea animals, crustaceans, in the Gobi Desert. Destructive in their overthrow of the waters of the inundation, said the emperor. In their vast extent, they embraced the hills and overtopped the great heights, threatening the heavens with their floods. Velikovsky. The philosopher Vin Z gives us the following description of what happened during the last cataclysm. When the sky, hostile to living beings, wished to destroy them, it burned them. The sun and the moon lose their form and are eclipsed. The 5 planets leave their path. The 4 seasons encroach one upon another. Daylight is obscured. Glowing mountains collapse. Rivers are dried up. It thunders then in water. Hoar frost falls in summer. That's the Ice Age later. The atmosphere is thick and human beings are choked. That's probably part of the dust shell coming around the backside of the earth, hitting them. The state perishes. All you government employees out there, keep note of that. The aspect and order of the sky are altered. The customs of the age are disturbed, thrown into disorder. All living beings harass one another. I can understand why. Taoist author Hu Han Tzi says that when the earth and the sun leave their path, a tremendous flood will cover the earth. Well, he'd say that because last time they got the flood. This time, the Americas get the flood. The reign of chaos tells us that in the beginning, the world was in darkness, and there was a great deal of smoke and clouds covering the earth after the age of chaos. The heavens and earth separated. Records had not yet been established or inscription writing invented. At first, even the rulers dwelt in caves and desert places, eating raw fish and drinking blood. Not too appetizing. Well, we have a couple of clues. People who did survive it in caves. And it again tells us the world was in darkness. And you'll see in some of the legends I'm going to present, one says it was dark for about 14 years. It's going to take the sun at least one sunspot maximum, 11.09 years, and maybe a couple of years after that, to form this matter shell around the center modulation point that will produce the light, the infrared heat we need to warm up. Otherwise, all you're going to see is really a tremendous source of ultraviolet light And that's what we see with some of these stars that have nova just after they nova. You know, as the light coming from them is very skewed to the ultraviolet. In China, a tremendous amount of significance has been attached to dragons. It is thought that when dragons fight, fireballs fall to the ground and a strong wind prevails in the heavens. When the dragon's egg hatch, lightning flashes, thunder billows, and darkness comes to the earth. That is mostly description of probably when this dust shell goes around the earth, what they're seeing up in the sky and what comes down on them. But again, we're going to cover that in 5E, you know, part 2 of this thing. The lightning I also covered during a reversal, you're going to have a big spike of energy. I think it's mostly around the equator would be the worst part of it, but there'll be tremendous lightning all over the place. I just don't know how long. Japan, that's Japan over here. By the way, this is China for those who don't know. The legend of Itsuwagi, we could consider their idea of God. The legend tells us his sister Izewami, the old sun. The legend tells us that associated with the old sun is fire, thunder, lightning, and earthquakes. Eventually, a new sun reappeared, and the earth is brought to life again. Again, the Japanese told good, the same basic thing, everything that happened I've said before. Sun novas, burns everything on top of that surface that sees. Everything there, all the foliage on this side of the earth that saw this thing go, burned. Unless the ocean covered it. Ironically, the great floods, the flood that happens, saves the plant life, so maybe the insects too. But that saves the plant life. Hawaiian Islands. Hawaiian Islands is right there, that little speck. But what they have in the legend is really good. In the legend, a character within the legend, he snares the sun because it is traveling too fast. Really opposite, it was slowing down. American Indian once said it was slowing down, and somebody lassoed it and got to go faster. He uses a rope which his grandmother makes for him. Then he snares the sun. It stops in the sky. Again, that's one of the things it does. Low on the horizon. Well, if the sun's novaing over here, they're over here, that is low on the horizon. There's no mistake about it. So they saw this thing, remember, Earth was rotating, the sun rose in the west, so they saw it like in sunrise. This thing already blew. The Maui beast and the sun, until the sun agreed it will travel much slower across the sky. Well, it picked up speed, obviously after the reversal period itself. Another period, people who migrated from New Zealand to Hawaiian Islands say that one of their gods cut after the sun had vanished and the earth was dark for a period of time. Another legend tells us that disappearance of the sun and the ocean's lowering in death. All these things I've said, the mechanism of why it happened. So in other words, these legends are telling us something very important, that it did really happen. That's what it's important for all of us. You have to understand, if you came from the Hawaiian Islands or China or Europe, it's our ancestors really screaming from their graves what happened to them. India. There's India right there. And this is again where I think this thing Nova, like 12 noon, this is where it was. The Indian sage Makahondia, I'm going to be butchering Indian names, like I usually do. Forgive me, I'm doing the best I can. Was believed to be one of the survivors of the last cataclysm. Makahondia goes on to say that the world grows extremely sinful at the close of the last Kali Yuga, of the day of Brahma. The world of man become filled with sin and immorality. Take note, Hollywood. The earth is ravaged by fire, then the earth is swept by fire, and heavenly rains fall until the forests and the mountains are covered over by the rising flood. They got the Indian Ocean, but they got this ocean, the Pacific, rushing this way. It went that far, in other words. You know, for 7 to 8 hours, Earth stopped its rotation. So figure, if you say, okay, it's going at 400 miles an hour, it's not going to go up to 1,000 miles an hour. I can't imagine it. Because it has mass, gravity would hold it, elevation is going to slow it down. So I'm figuring, okay, 400 miles an hour. So over 7 or 8 hours, 400 miles, you got 3,000 miles are going to go, 2,000 or 3,000 miles. If I'm wrong, if the survivors of this next cataclysm, if I'm wrong, forgive me. The earth is ravaged by fire, then the earth swept by fire. Heavy rains fall until the forests and mountains are covered over by a rising flood. The whole universe is dark expanse of water. So it told you right off the bat, for a period of time, you don't see a sun, or it's ultraviolet light, or like, you know, barely past sunset, where you have a little bit of light, but that's probably what it is. In other writings, Markandeya goes into greater detail of what happened during the destruction. After a drought lasting for many years, 7 blazing suns will appear, our sun novas. In the firmament, the sun novas. They will drink up all the waters, we can understand why. Then wind-driven fire will sweep over the earth. That has to do with when the dust shell hits one side, the other side, the atmosphere expands rapidly. That's basically Boyle's law. And so in that process, when the atmosphere is expanding rapidly, you're going to have very, very high winds. Okay, where was I? Considering all things. Pertaining to the neither world, it will destroy what is there in a moment. It will burn up the universe after many colored and brilliant clouds will collect in the sky. It's probably from the dust shell when you're seeing it, and also part of the sun nova too. Looking like herds of elephants decked with wreaths of lightning. Suddenly they will burst asunder, and the rain will fall instantaneously for 12 years. Well, that may be, sunset maximum is about 11 to 12 years, until the whole world with its mountains and forests is covered with water. The clouds will vanish, then self-created Lord, the first cause of everything, will absorb the winds and go to sleep. Hindu book Bhagavad Gita Purana also tells us that the world is periodically devastated and changed both name and form. The surface of the earth dissolves and is later produced anew. All contradictions to truth pass away. That phrase I've seen also in other legends in South America and in Europe. It says, all of man's false gods pass away. If you've seen series 12, you'd understand what that means. In the book, same one, oh, sorry, different one. There is a good description of what the sun does at the end of a yuga, a world age. That one, the sun, bakes everything here by means of the days and nights and half moons and months and seasons and the year. And this, Agi, the fire, the sun, bakes what is baked by that one being the sun. A baker of the baked he is, said Bhagavad Gita of Agni, for he bakes what has been baked by that the sun. In the year, these amounted to 10,800. Notice it's 1,200 short of 12,000. He stopped at the 10,800. That's how many years, but you'll understand why in a second. In the third Brahma in the same Hindu book, now yonder burning the sun, doubtless is no other than death. And because he is death, therefore the creatures that are on this side of him die. But those that are on the other side of him are the gods, and they are therefore immortal. I wish. He didn't know, obviously, because he was on the sun side, that on the back side, on the other side, they got the dust shell. The principle of 12,000 years between world cycles does show up in the Brahmin literature in the Rig Versa. There are 12,000 verses in the writing. Each verse represents a year. The Hindu book Pranza Upsa, I can't pronounce that word, forget it. It is told that in the past the sun rose in the west and set in the east. Now, Advaita, I can't forget it. The sun, when he rises, goes towards the east and thus receives the eastern spirits into his ways. From a Hindu book, Avatar, now you know where they got the name for the movie. We are given a good description of what the sun looked like when it novaed and how many hours it took for it to expand. By the power of God, there issued from the essence of Brahma a being shaped like a boar. Now, keep in mind the word boar. You can see it show up again. White and exceedingly small, the sun. This being, in the space of an hour, grew to the size of an elephant of the largest size and remained in the air. They saw the sun nova. Now, the shape is interesting. Like in one of my things in section 4, when I proved all stars nova, I think I showed some stars that don't nova just as a big round ball, but they have a top and a bottom, and they blow out different ways. Anyway, Brahma, an earthly king, he now felt that God is in all, is all in all. A wonderful animal has emerged from my essence. Talk about ego. At the first of the smallest size, it was in 1 hour increased to enormous bulk, and without doubt it is a portion of the almighty power. They were engaged in this conversation when that Vara, or boar form, the sun, suddenly uttered a sound like the loudest thunder, and the echo reverberated and shook all quarters of the universe. I don't know if when the sun novas, it creates a noise. It could more likely be the lightning, the electrical discharge from the center of the earth to the upper atmosphere is going to be probably the source of the noise. That Vera, the sun figure, again made a loud noise and became a dreadful spectacle, shaking the full flowing mane which hung down his neck on both sides. I'll show you a picture of a star that looks like that in a few minutes. Let me go on. Okay, he proudly displayed his two most exceedingly white tusks. Then, rolling about his wine-colored eyes, red, erecting his tail, he descended from the region of the air and plunged headmost into the water. The whole body of water was convulsed by the motion and began to rise in waves, while the guardian spirit of the sea, being terrified, began to tremble for his domain and cry for mercy. He's seeing this at actually the time of the nova. So he's seeing, in that case, the Indian Ocean convulsing, and the earthquakes, the shaking, and the Indian Ocean going across India. They hadn't gotten to the Pacific Ocean yet when it hit them. It will, or it did. Now, the Hindu legend tells of the battle between the sun god Rama and the Ravana, a giant demons, at the end of the last age. The body of Ravana is consumed by fire. Sita, the flowering earth, goes through the ordeal of fire and comes out of it purified and redeemed from all taint of the monster Ravana and Rama, and the sun and Sita and the earth are separated for 14 years. This is probably how long it takes more like about either 11 or 22 years for the sun to actually create that dust shell around it that we see in, as a glowing star. Excuse me. This is one of the pictures I saw of they've taken of a nebula, a star. The star's here. This is the planetary plane, of course, here, but it blew top and bottom. And I think that's what they're describing. Now, each star blows differently and they look differently, and ours may do something like this, but look a little differently. I mean, they had a reason that they used the word boar and elephant and stuff like that, and tusks. The tusks, they could maybe thinking like this. Don't know. It's very possible. Okay, and then the Earth goes dark. They all have the same thing, but this, really, that takes you on the mythologies. There's probably no question. I didn't see any mythologies that were as good as these on the other side of the Earth. I'm pretty sure some of our descendants saw this thing go off, the star. And okay, so now the physical evidence. You know, mythologies is not scientific proof. It's an indication, it's clues, but it's not the proof. The observation of particle tracks in natural mica. Now, I put the articles here, and this is 1962. Space program that landed on the moon, what, 68, I think, or 69, and they started bringing items back. And I'm going to show you something that's really interesting about the whole thing when I get done here. Anyway, observation. Electron microscope studies in 59 and 60, that's as early as it goes, have shown that fission fragments from uranium-235, or thorium's-233, produce tracks in mica and other minerals, usually softer minerals. The other minerals are zircons and apatite. There are at least two natural sources of such very heavy particles. Fission fragments from the spontaneous fission of uranium, impurities, and a recall of nuclei from cosmic ray induced nuclear disintegrations. This is before they landed on the moon, obviously. They got a big surprise. And this is what it looks like. As a corollary, if the uranium content can be independently shown to be less than this amount, then any significant track densities which are observed can be ascribed to other sources such as cosmic rays or spontaneous fission. Okay, cosmic ray induced particle tracks in meteorites. This is 82. I'm sorry, 1964. Nature. Okay. And it was another article, Origin of Tactite Satellite Class. But this is a picture of the first one they got from a meteorite that had fission tracks in it. And so this is what they said in 82. Tactites whose small glassy objects limited to a few well-defined regions of the Earth's surface have haunted geologists for more than a century. Like country house ghosts, they have never been part of the investigative mainstream. This is important right here. Fission tracks, and you'll see when I was doing the studying, I've read over 80 journals that have to do with fission tracks and cosmic rays, and you'll see the results at the end of this video. But it given rise to a variety of weird and wonderful explanations that attempt to occasional attention of the wider community, particularly when it has seemed that a new technique might throw some light on their nature and origin. Because they're always trying to make fun of it. Terrestrial volcanism has the obvious first choice, but it too became evident that there were significant chemical differences between tactites and obsidian. I gotta give you a little education right now on why the scientists say that the last geomagnetic reversal was 700,000 years ago or 730,000 years ago. You're going to learn something. how things have been manipulated. There are 4 tactite strewn fields within each of the tactites have the same potassium argon and fission track ages. Thus, the North American, European Ivory Coast, and Australian tactites are about 35, 14, 1.3, and 0.7 million years old. Respectively, these ages represent the time at which the tactites were last molten. Okay, I mean, regarding the potassium argon dating, potassium is number 19, or I think it's an atomic weight of 39, the other one's 38. Just like when I explained in an earlier video in series 4 on carbon-14 dating, what happens is carbon-14 is created by cosmic rays hitting nitrogen in the upper atmosphere, and it creates carbon-14. The same thing happens with potassium argon. Potassium in the air or on the ground gets hit by a cosmic ray, and it creates argon 39 or 40. And now, they all go by the theory, accept the theory, that the decay is linear like this over time. Now, this is present, and as time goes on, you have less and less and less. They don't know, this is not in their textbooks, that when a star novas, it's pouring out like at least 700 times more cosmic rays. So along here, you have a big spike. And I showed this when I was describing carbon-14, a big spike like this. So you'll have more of the radioactive argon, and you'll think that's older. Or, I'm sorry, you'll think it's younger, and it's not really. So that's what throws this thing off, but they don't know that. So in the carbon-14, they said, now, how did they get the 700,000? From the 50s and the 60s, the Navy was mapping the continental shelf and the mid-Atlantic ridge that was expanding. Lava comes out and expands. In some places, 1 inch per year, some places 2 inches per year. So they would drag a magnetometer, and something they would drag like 2 miles down. In the old days, they weren't that accurate, and tube models and things like that, and coils. And they would go at a certain speed, and they would record the magnetic remnant in the lava on the seafloor. And that's how they did. So the problem is they also had a nasty technique, and I showed it in Series 4, that they would deliberately ignore reversals that were less than 20,000 years. Now, that means you're cherry picking your data to fit a wrong philosophy. So this is what it looks like. And this is by NOAA. And they drag the thing across here. This is what it really looks like. And these little tiny bumps here are reversals, but they don't accept it unless it's big enough. And they make the assumption that what the distance are between these things also. So these things here, there should be a bunch of lines in here, but no. So they then estimated it's 700,000 years out of the blue. And you'll see this in the following scientific papers I quote and what they wrote down. That's what they've done. This is another picture of it, but they've given color values and color depth and also magnitude to the things. You see, there's a lot of stripes in here in one of these. And here's the center island right here, center right here. It expands on both sides. But you can see there's a lot more than what they're saying. But what was funny, if you realize this is 12,068 years, 0.7 really. You divide it into this, you got 1.8 or almost 2 cycles. It was just 24,000 years ago. 14 by 7 is 20 cycles ago. And this, 50 cycles ago. And the current geology books, like I said, and geography books claim this or 730,000 years Seafloor spreading, I explained it. I'm amazed they get away with this, and because there's so much data now, carbon-14 dating of stuff on the land and things that you can, tree, carbon-14 dating of trees underneath the magma at the same level, it was reversal. This idea should have been buried decades ago, but it hasn't been. And I think they're doing it deliberately because it doesn't fit their model, and they don't want people to look at the sun as the cause of this polar reversal. And, well, the sun, that's the cause of the polar reversal. The clock cycle is responsible for both the sun novaing and what goes on in the center of the Earth, basically the geomagnetic reversal. Anyway, let me go on. Moon and earthly fission tracks. Tracks from exact radioactivity and ancient cosmic rays and calibration ions. Nature 73. Now, this is when the stuff was coming back from the moon. To summarize, track lengths are decreased in a manner consistent with a shift from of most observed natural cosmic ray tracks in crystals relative to the calibration Fe is ion tracks. They're looking for a heavy atom. If this explanation is tentatively accepted, then the longer tracks observed by this guy, et al., are attributed to, that's plutonium-244, and super heavy nuclei could have been explained most directly as normal, unaltered cosmic ray, Fe or iron or nickel tracks that have been found since the last shock event that produced shortening tracks. Because they know cosmic rays can do it. 72, Nature. Nature did a better job of reporting this stuff than Journal Science, and you can see, I want to show you that. In the letter, Fission Tracks Dating of Archaeological Material from Japan, 71. It says, this one's complaining about, this article is complaining about this article that was produced in 71. So he came out and said, you got a mistake in some of your dating. The following author's method of age calculation, the data in table 1 for the glass ball, Hirono, Uji, Koyo prefect, indicate an age of 180,000 years, not 1,480 years. Also, for the glaze on the bowl there, the data indicate an age of 47,000 years, not 400 years. Now, this is Kim. This is the guts of fission track dating, and you'll see the error right off the bat. Finally, we would like to emphasize that fission track dating of any material is possible only when cumulative uranium times time is greater than 10. Translation, 10 tracks per square centimeter per 1,000 years. Okay, so now you're going to see when they talk about potassium argon dating and fission track dating, you'll understand why you have huge numbers. All of a sudden, you have a tremendous number of fission tracks in a crystal or bone or pottery or something like that. And they say, well, gee, there's 10 hits per 1,000 years. Count on how many there are per square centimeter. And how do you like that? This thing's got hundreds of thousands of years old. The Chinese side of the story. Fission track dating is, it is assumed that the crystals were completely annihilated at high temperatures during deposition. So the argument between the fission track dates and the obtained by other techniques also imply the use of fire at the site. The main emphasis of the contribution devoted to the humanoid fossil evidence was their chronomatic dating. That's absolute dating. The collection of fossil humanoid from the locality, Then you had 14 crania and cranial fragments, 16 mandibles and teeth and bones, stuff like that. I'm going to put, you'll see these notes in here. Cosmic rays are not mentioned in the article. It's 1990. It's like it disappeared. It doesn't exist. Now, I'll read some of the codes here. M means paleomagnetism. Well, what are they all taught? Last geomagnetic reversal was 700,000 years ago. Well, I guess that's what it's got to be. So 500, 600 years, or 1,000 years ago is what they would come up with. Again, the same thing, 750, in 1,000 years. This is 500,000, 750,000. So it's about the same range. Same thing here. It's basically the last reversal, 12,000 years ago. U is, again, where is it? Uranium series. What they're doing is they take either mica or a certain kind of glass and they expose it to uranium. And they count how many, and they heat it up, and they count how many fission tracks are in that, and they compare it with their sample, and they come up with an age. And their ages here are less than this, but they're counting. You want to know how many this is? Yes, 200,000. Knock off 3 zeros. 200 times 10 fission tracks per square centimeter. So you have times 10. You have 2,000. You think they counted 2,000 fission tracks on a piece of, what was it? Oh, human fossil bones. That was 1 square centimeter. 2,000. You want to know what killed a lot of people? Now you know. So that's how you do with any of these numbers. You basically, this represents 300,000 years. Just to take the 300, because you chop off the three zeros, multiply by 10, and that's how many fission tracks they're saying they estimated was in that 1 square centimeter of bone or teeth. It was only, okay, now carbon-14 dating. Gee, look at that. A little greater than 35,000 years ago. Gee, that would have been 3 polar reversals ago. Same thing here, and approaches that. Probably it's the 35,000. Actually, they got a low one here. Remember in Series 4, I showed where you had sedimentation in China where the top part was current all the way down to about 11,000 years before present. Then you had some that was carbon-14 dated at 7,000 and 6,000. Remember? Well, the reason why is that spike of carbon-14 because of the nova. And so if all of a sudden you have a high quantity of carbon-14, you think, okay, that's younger, it hasn't decayed yet. And that's what happened. That's why they got a lower number here and a lower number on this test also. Depends on where you grab your sample from. That's the other thing. We really don't know where they grabbed the samples from or how deep it was. Another journal article, 2018, does not mention cosmic rays at all. Now, they collected 2,284 fission track data from all over China. They were trying to correlate it with their earthquake faults. But you get an idea, they really had a lot of hits. They were looking for it. And so anyway, that's the important part. And they measured apatite crystals, and I don't know if they use zircons, but I'm sure they do have zircons there, but that's what they were finding. But they never look at cosmic rays. They're comparing it has to be uranium there, you know? Here's another. It shows you how absurd this whole thing is. This green here, definitely they saw the nova in here. This green would be about 100,000, they think 100 million years ago. That's what this means, 100 million years ago. Mach of 3, it'll be 100,000 times 10. Are they trying to tell me they counted 1 million fission tracks in a 1 square centimeter of crystal or stone? I don't think it's possible to count that many. I don't think it's possible. Seriously, 1 centimeter, what would you use to count it with? So I don't believe this stuff. All this this tells you is that they got hit with a lot of cosmic rays, which means they were on the sun side. Ignore the age, they have no idea, as I think I explained to you. Unless you know the sun novas and what exposure you get of the cosmic rays from the sun, there's no way that this formula of 10 per 1,000 years makes any sense whatsoever. Mongolia, I love this one. I put this in my book also. Bone fragment, they thought dinosaurs. No. Cosmic rays never mentioned. This was 67, but did in 63. And here's bone of an animal, and here's your fissure tracks all over the place. I don't know if it killed the animal, but who knows? Erosion rates, Taiwan. What they were trying to do is figure out erosion rates on Taiwan, the southern part of Taiwan, by measuring maybe fission tracks. So that didn't really work out so hot. Zircon fission tracks data of this person. And apatite also. And they plotted it, and you clearly see here, this is like 1 million years. Everything's below that. This is what it is. The stuff up here would indicate probably, I can't believe it would be older, but either they had such a high quantity that they put it as older. That's the problem with this kind of aging. If you see a tremendous amount of fission tracks, you're going to think this thing's older than it really is, but it was just either on the surface of the ground. We don't know if the samples were buried in the ground, because cosmic rays don't go deeper than a couple of 100 feet tops. To prove my point, in 61, when they put 10,000 gallons, or was 100,000 gallons of cleaning fluid to try to detect neutrinos, it failed miserably. They put it in a mine in the north central because it was 10,000 feet down. So they knew no cosmic rays are getting down there. They were trying to avoid cosmic rays. So those theories that think that cosmic rays, when they star novas, is going to somehow disconnect the crust from the mantle. The crust is like 20 to 40 miles deep. Forget it. They know nothing about cosmic rays and how it works and what their penetration. It's an atomic bullet. It's going to hit other atoms on the way down and eventually stops. Australia, tactites and geomagnetic reversals. I love this. 1967. This is when the stuff was, we're going to go to the moon, but I don't think the stuff came back yet. Microscopic glassy objects which occur in sediment deposits in the Australian area during the, and shortly after the last magnetic polar reversal are apparently tactites. The last reversal occurred 700,000 years ago. You'll see this number show up over and over. It's one colossal error you cannot get out of the journals. You can't get out of their heads. They weren't thinking about what's going on. Potassium argon dates indicate that the Australian tactites were formed 700,000 years ago also, for the same reason. You have a spike of that, of argon, and oh, that's what must have happened. Anyway, tactites were formed and deposited at the same time as the geomagnetic field reversed, and so both phenomena could have a common cause. Yeah, you think so? The 700,000 year date of their formation given by potassium argon and fission track ages show that the tactites could not have originated in their present form outside the Earth-Moon system. They're saying it doesn't come from the Earth at all, or Moon. Try the sun. Deep sea microtactites of the Australian fall are dispersed through a sediment zone which represents 40,000 to 100,000 years of deposition. The tactite fall was probably instantaneous, and so dispersal through a layer of 30 to 60 centimeters. That's about 18 inches to about 40 inches. Centimeters thick. It has already been suggested that the temporary reduction in the Earth's field attendant with the polarity reversal would affect organic evolution through the increased bombardment of the Earth by cosmic rays. So they're saying, one, organic evolution. They're admitting that cosmic rays alter the DNA and create you a new species. They're not saying it out loud, but that's what it is. Now, we hadn't landed on the moon yet in 67, so they're getting there. Microtactile and deep sea sediments, 67. An examination of deep sea sediments deposited south of Australia and Sumatra during and after the last polar reversal of the Earth's magnetic field resulted in the discovery of a zone containing microscopic, less than 1 millimeter, glassy objects. The dating was estimated to be 700,000 years again. The age of information is based on fission track, dating, and potassium argon. Cosmic rays are not mentioned in the article, in this one too. Ivory Coast, microtactites, fission track, ages, and geomagnetic reversals, 71. Microtactites are small glassy, I'm going to go through it again. Ocean adjacent to the Australian and Ivory Coast tactite fields. The Australian microtactites occur within a zone 30 to 50 centimeters thick, associated in the time with the last geomagnetic reversal. Remember, they were on the side of the Earth that saw the sun when it nova. And this is from the Ivory Coast. This is a piece of what is it? I think it was just a mica, or it was hepatite. And these little black dots are fission tracks. This is their test sample with, they irradiate with uranium, and all these little holes are fission tracks. This one is also a sample, but it's loaded, but they can't explain it. Most of the kidney-shaped etched pits are of spurious origin, resulting from bad polishing. I doubt that. That polishing shouldn't do that at all. They're trying to give an excuse. Those are fission tracks of heavy elements. This is, again, Australian and Ivory Coast strong fields. Again, look at the ages. 800,000 years, plus or minus. 700,000 years. 1 million, 700,000. The million one is probably because they counted even more. Remember, it's based on 10 fission tracks for every 1,000 years, so you figure they try to estimate how much it is, and they come up with estimates. You can see these are the difference in the estimates, quite a bit. And there it is. They got clobbered. They also got some of it. That was the surprise. I'm going to go through this thing more. I was taught that, and we thought that when a star novaed like ours, it would throw off the cosmic rays and would come not at the speed of light, but slower, within maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. Evidently, this thing gives off cosmic rays at different speeds, or you have cosmic rays going at different speeds. And for at least 15 hours, you'll see them even in France. We got clobbered with cosmic rays, but not as many as the sun side. They got the gift. Indonesia. Fission track ages of stone tools and fossils on the East Indonesian island of Flores, 1998. Again, they wound up dating them, again, this period of time, about 900,000 years plus or minus. But again, they just recorded more fission tracks than they thought. Same thing here. This is last polar reversal. Paleomagnetic determination showed that the deposit at Tangi Tiolo are dominated by reverse polarity, but contain two levels with normal polarity. So you got two reversals here. So they're telling you flat out, you've got a huge dose of cosmic rays at the same time as a polar reversal. This is their results, their analysis. Again, it's the same stuff. Fission track ages, look, it's the same thing. You figure 12,000 years ago. This is larger, probably found deeper. It depends. See, it depends on where they found the stuff and how deep it is. Or it may have been stuff, if some of this stuff was actually on the surface and got a huge dose of it, you know. You don't know. You don't know where and how deep the stuff was when they dug it up. This is about one meter here. There's about 1.5 or 2 meters here deep. And this is the samples that they found. Now remember, Indonesia had the Pacific Ocean rushing over it, so you don't know how much was above and below and how it got deposited. Okay, Japan, paleomagnetic polarity in a 930 meter core from there. If the dates are adequate and to a normally magnetized ash layer in the Osaka group, Japan, having a fission track age of 0.1 plus or minus a million years. Probably this is the last polar reversal. They would have a tremendous number of fission tracks on whatever sample they got. Again, cosmic rays not mentioned in the article. India, paleoclimate changes deduced from carbon-13, carbon-12, and carbon-nitrogen ratios, sediment in India. We report here the values of, let me go on further. The ratio of the organic fraction of the paleomagnetically and radiometrically dated Paleopleistocene Karwar Lake sediments from Kashmir, India. And this is what it is. What's interesting about this is a reversal here, and it has a spike of this carbon-nitrogen ratio. Again here, a reversal, a big spike. Here, big spike. I don't know what this is all about, but there may have been a break in here and they never recorded it accurately. Same thing for the carbon-13 here. An isotope created at the same time as a reversal. That was the importance of this article. Decoupling of erosion and precipitation in the Himalayas. Apatite fission track dates from ridge crests, and this is the table. Okay, so elevation, and here's the age, and here's the standard deviation. Again, all pretty low, most likely the last reversal. Apatite fission track dates, fission track ages, and consistently very young, less than 1 million years. In other words, they're trying to figure out the rate of erosion on the Himalayas, and they found them all down in the valley area, and they're putting them at pretty young. It would be, I mean, I don't know how much of the Pacific Ocean was actually washing through the Himalayas. It probably, some of it in the valleys, but I don't know. The dates again, this is distant, this is the mean slope, and this is where they found them. France, now we get to Europe and Africa. Thermoluminescence dating of volcanic paleoglasses, 1980. And what you're looking at is all these black dots are fission tracks. That's a lot of fission tracks. Our first results are shown in Table 2 and compared with the ages obtained using more conventional techniques. The agreement of TL dating paleoglass is good and indicates that within our experiment error of 0.8%. Never mentions cosmic rays. And here it is. What's interesting is carbon-14 dating gives you this, but remember what I told you. If it's during the time of the reversal, there's going to be a big quantity of carbon-14. which they will assume is younger than it was way down, not too much. So here is come 14 datings here, conventional, and here's with counting fission tracks in material, obsidian. And you'll see this falls at around the 36,000. This would be 36,000, 3 cycles ago. Here, potassium argon, I don't rely on it at all. It's just too iffy. But you can see there's a relationship with that, with the polyversals and the cycles. Italy, fission track dating of obsidian of Laperi Island. Obsidian was widely traded in prehistoric times and is of particular interest to archaeologists and reconstruct the trading patterns. This is what they found in it, though. A lot of fission tracks. Kenya, fission track dating of the Mesolithic knife. They had a Neolithic knife, man-made knife, and they tested it for fission tracks, and they came up with 3,700 plus or minus years old. Later paper in 1978 dated another artifact from the cave at 8,000 plus. If it was in the cave, it's not going to get too many fission tracks. You know, the cave itself hid the knife from exposure from the cosmic rays. Ivory Coast microtactites, fission track, age, and geomagnetic reversals. 71. And again, this is the same article that went with the Australian microtactites. Again, it was found during the geomagnetic reversals. They have different dates of the stuff. Okay, they concentrated in a thin layer about 15 centimeters, about 6 or 7 inches. Cometary hypothesis also avoids the difficulty which have appeared in lunar origin hypothesis of tactites and microtactites now that lunar samples are available. Now, as they don't want to go anywhere near cosmic rays causing it because they have to go to the sun. They don't want to do that. Okay, this is about the end. The reason it took me over a month to do this video is because I have membership for journal Science and Nature. The membership I have for Nature, Science I can go all the way back to day one for them. Nature, I also have one I can go all the way back to day one for Nature. But I went from the 1950s. So when I searched for fission tracks and Nature, you know, this is during the space program. This is landing on space on the moon. The number of articles go up to 42. Then the stuff coming back from the moon, 81, 78, 75, and then it peters down to next to nothing. This is about, from here down is when the journal Nature becomes more a medical journal, and that's about it. The journal Science was the big disappointment. Nothing in 55 to 59. 61, 1 article, 2. By now, the stuff was coming back from the moon. 2 articles, 0, 0. Look at this. It's pitiful. This is a sign of controlled information, that we're only allowed to see certain ideas and certain information. The journal Nature was not under the control of the journal Science, and I think the heavy hand of the CIA has something to do with that, both in the funding and their control of the National Science Foundation, as well as journals. Now, when I search for cosmic rays, no problem. Lots of them. Through this period of time, it makes some sense. Then it kind of peters out, no big deal. Now, cosmic rays, a lot of space stuff and things like that, not necessarily our field or what we're trying to study. Journal Science, again, minimized it, not too much. And a lot of this stuff was really the effects on materials and stuff like that. And that's what that is. You can see the difference, 12 to 352, 53. I mean, that's a huge difference. Okay, so summary of this video. The mythologies of China, China, Japan, Hawaii, India, tend to show a common history of the last cataclysm of Nova. They had the best description because they saw our sun Nova 12,068 years ago. 2, the fission tracks were formed by cosmic rays at the time of the nova. The cosmic ray bombardment continued for at least another 15 hours, all the way through to Italy and France. I was surprised about that. This was not a mini nova or micronova. This was a nova. Just figure out how many calories of heat it takes to evaporate 450 feet of ocean water, salt water. And you'll know this is a regular nova. When I figured it out for 350 feet of distilled water, it came out to over 5 billion calories per square foot, every square foot. For this, it would probably be maybe 7 billion calories. You know, only a nova does that. I wouldn't call anything a micronova or a mini nova. You have to call it something else. It's either a solar flare, a large solar flare, or it's something we may not understand, like when a star gives birth to a planet. We don't know what it goes through and what kind of output it does to do this. I mean, to give you a similar situation, go ask your girlfriend or wife or somebody who's given birth what it's like to give birth and how much energy she has to exert to give birth. I think the star's doing the same thing, so you can't really say anything like a mini or call it something else. But what's going on during the clock cycle is a nova, period. 4th, the sciences have been severely damaged by governments promoting and injecting their agenda into the research funding and science journals. Science is in deep trouble. That was being polite. It's not just the US government. I want you to just beat up on them. The people in the CIA, whatever president told the CIA they should handle this thing, even though it's illegal and it's not within their privy and legal's definition of their organization, is they were all scared. And I told you earlier in the other videos, when that sun erupted during the last Glasberg cycle, they didn't expect that. And they were really wondering what was the energy source of our sun. They were all scared. And I showed you the letter from Ken Kuzmin. And it's pretty obviously they're scared. And some people have asked me, how come they leave me alone? And they never tried censoring me or any threats against me, nothing like that. I think it's because some in the agency, in fact, Ben Davidson's the one who told me that he thought that the agency, the CIA, some people within the agency wanted this information out, wanted us specifically to get together. And he's probably right. And besides, I know more than they do, and I think they know it. And the next one is going to tell everybody what everybody wants to know is what some of the Earth is going to be facing. But you understand why I did this. I have to first prove to you that the sun did nova roughly on the 128th east parallel, roughly over Japan, in that area. I don't want anyone to forget this stuff. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. William Casey, the director of the CIA at the time of the Reagan administration, and I didn't do the picture and make this thing, but he's 100% right. It has to sink into every person's head, including, and most importantly, the scientists who watch this, if you dare watch it. The other one is George Herbert Walker Bush, Mr. New World Order himself. This is a quote, and I heard her in an interview say this, so I know it's true. Sarah, if the American people ever find out what we have done, they would chase us down the street and lynch us. Guess what they're hiding? You only get one guess. Diehl Foundation is a 501c3. Tax deductible at the end of the year or January, I send off notice of how much money you've donated to the foundation and a federal ID number so you can deduct it from your tax returns. And if you want to donate, you send it to research@diehlfoundation.com through PayPal. If you want to get on our mailing, so when I put these out, which I'm going to do today after I compile it and get it up on YouTube, send an email to info@diehlfoundation.com, and I'll put you on the mailing list so you know it. At some point, I think I'd like to also have people send me, if they've had dreams of this disaster when they were younger. I've had a couple of people contact me, and I've had a couple, and I'd like to read some of them and see if there's a pattern to this thing. One person, a girl that lives here in Florida, I won't say who her name is, she told me one, and one thing she said stuck out. It was actually pretty important. Anyway, I thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. Maybe you're scared stiff, but wait and be scared till the next video. Hi, my name is Douglas Vogt from the Diehl Foundation, as many of you already know. And this is part of the video that everybody's waiting for, namely it's going to cover this. Location of the geomagnetic pole over the past 12,068 years, field strength of the North Pole now, when will the Earth's magnetic field reverse, which side of the Earth will see the nova, which side of the Earth will get the dust shell from the sun, and which side gets the instant ice age. Proof there is a modulation point in the center of the Earth. The two major discoveries I've made here is one, knowing when the sun's going to nova, and also what side of the Earth is going to be facing when it novas. And I've now proven my theory that there is a center modulation point in the center of the Earth, not a big iron core. Anyway, let's start in. Today we'll be working from God's Air Judgment book. Remember, the philosophy has to come first in order to figure this stuff out. Otherwise, you'll never figure it out. So we're working from chapters 3 and 8 in this book. And I think part of the chapters on mythologies are also in here too. And then obviously the latest version of the theory of multidimensionality from here. And believe it or not, yes, what I have in this. Remember, what I uncovered here was irrefutable proof of a highly advanced previous civilization many thousands of years ago that Abraham stumbled on in a cave. And Moses used for the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. This is the model I showed, but this is basically a model of creation. And in this video, we're going to be going through why we have 3 points where the Earth's magnetic field went, the North Pole went. And this is also a model of how matter comes into this dimension, or we call matter. To refresh what I covered in part 5D, the video just before this one, this is where I calculated the Earth, this where the sun nova during the last polar reversal 12,068 years ago. And Japan, China, Indonesia, this whole area, and India got it. They saw it. So what we covered was, this is a summary of what was in their mythologies, and you'll see the reason why as I go through the stuff. It basically proves that this side of the Earth did see the sun nova 12,000 years ago. they talk about a previous sun, and then they talk about a new sun that shows up that's not as warm as the previous one, but they were happy to see it come. There was a period of darkness, there was a great flood, then cold, the sun baking the earth, the sun stopping in the sky, earthquakes, thunder, lightning, the oceans lowering in depth, that's after the nova and the flood. Brilliant colors in the sky, rain falling for many years, and a time period of roughly 12,000 years. That's what I covered in part 5D. On the fission tracks, that was the second half of part 5D, I showed and proved that this side of the Earth did get it because of the fission tracks available that they had tested, the Chinese and the others. And the only thing they didn't understand was that at the time that there are these 12,000 year cycles running through time, that when the star novas, you have a big spike of cosmic rays, at least 700 times more than normal. So instead of trying to calculate, gee, 10 fission tracks per 1,000 years, you have hundreds of thousands immediately. But they didn't know that. So, but you have to understand that when you're reading and you're looking at their findings. It just tells you basically there was a lot of, this side got a lot of cosmic rays. It had to be from the sun. Okay, now, I found this article, goes back to 71, had it in my original book, God's Day Judgment book. And he had thought, this is the model, I thought he's the one who created it. He actually copied it from somebody else, which I'm going to go into next. It was a fairly short journal article in Nature. And what he was saying is the distance from here to here is 500 years. The total round trip is 1,500. Now, we know this is where the location, actually the location currently of magnetic field was here in Canada and not here. He was off about 30 degrees. I found he's off about 32 degrees, 33 degrees. So by correcting what he has here, the magnetic field, this is where he said it was really there. This was more like over here, and this maybe over here. Now we know from the last time, the time before, or two times before, Nova Zembla was where this is in Russia, where the magnetic field was, where it points to. Anyway, so if I took what he had here, 500 years from, I should do from here to there, then I did a graph. It comes out to actually 502.83 years. So 12,068 years ago. And you deduct the 502.83 from each one where its location was. If he was right, you wind up going through 24 steps, and you wind up with coming back to China the next time it would nova. Well, I know that's wrong because the magnetic field, as you'll see next, is headed towards Nova Zembla, there or just above where Norway and Finland and Russia come together. But using my idea that it's really 1,500 years going around this thing, it works out perfect. 12,068 years ago, China. You keep deducting the 1,500 and you get down to, where does it go? Russia. These are some samples from various journals and USGS of where they think the magnetic field Earth has been over time. From guessing at 1,600 years ago, 1,600 rather, and where it is. This one stopped at here because they didn't have any data. Well, I take that, but 2007, they were extrapolating this. This, they were a little better, went up to 2019. They were kind of guessing where it's going to go from here. And this went up to 2001. And you can see it's the same, generally the same path. Okay. This is where he got the original idea from. Another two Japanese scientists from Osaka. Wobbling motion of the geomagnetic dipole field in historic time during these 2,000 years. And this is where they grouped them. This is their center of, where they try to estimate where the pole was. Now, I'll go through some of the quotes here. You understand that he didn't really know past 300 or 400 years where the pole was. Records of variations of geomagnetic observations extend back in time only some 200 or 300 years. We can actually acquire data on the secular field over a much greater time range by utilizing an element method pioneered by Tiller, 1936, by which he succeeded in extracting ancient geomagnetic fields fossilized in ancient baked clays. That could only tell you direction, can't tell you age. That's all it can do. Recent secular field inferred from various geomagnetic observations, such as Ascension Island. Oh, this is basically the caption to this. Each one of these are where he took these samples from, and that's what these all represent. And the ages here are really estimates. Accurately measuring the magnetic field strength and location, the number of stations has to be sufficiently large, although the number in the present analysis is still too small for an accurate analysis. So it tells you right off the bat, a lot of this stuff is guesswork, and that's probably why he was off at least 30 degrees, and the ages are definitely off. This is the caption to that over there, and where he took the samples from. You know, be Boston and stuff like that, and they're coded in here if you can see it. The standard deviation for potassium argon dates. Now, I put these here. He didn't use these two methods. This one's probably too new because he was 67. But I'm going to go basically and briefly tell you what the problem of potassium argon dating is and thermoluminescence. Well, number one, the half-life of potassium to argon is 1.248 billion years. And it decays to calcium 40 and then argon 40. This is the problem. So in other words, you can get maybe to 100,000 years guesswork. And it's used basically to figure out geomagnetic reversals. The problem there is that if you've got short reversals of 12,068 years, this system's not really going to measure it. That's the problem. But they use this thing all the time. So, and also on top of you, I showed you in one of the earlier videos, right from the journal, that it said any, what they call it, an excursion, a reversal, that was less than 20,000 years they ignored. Kind of like that for cherry picking your data to fit your philosophy. I always thought science was to pursue the truth, you know? Instead, it's to pursue the idea you're selling a degree and we want to make sure we get the money from the students and the parents. In accounting, we say, follow the money trail. Luminescence, interesting thing, and it's usable, but it has a standard deviation. It's good for 1,000 to 500,000 years, they claim. It has a standard deviation of 350 to 400 years. In other words, you could be arranged between 700 to 800 years. You know, this is plus or minus. So if you're saying that the pole is going from point A to point B in 500 years, you can't use this method because the standard deviation is too far off. For the period 1600, instrument records are no longer available. It tells right off the bat, it's all these dates of 800, 1300, 15, it's all guesswork to fit his philosophy. Even the fact of where these things are is also a lot of guesswork. The availability information is, okay, limited locations, so that a detailed estimate of virtual pole position, as in the case of secular variations, is not possible. The motion is superimposed on the slightly larger anti-clockwise, I don't know what does it call it, counterclockwise, clockwise motion, whose period of rotation is about 1,500 years. He's saying the whole thing going around 360 is 1,500. I'm saying it's, well, he's saying it's 1,500 from there, and I'm saying 1,500 from here to here, or here to here. I conclude that the time it takes to travel to just one point is 1,504 years, a complete revolution of 4,500 years. So again, back to this, where the pole was here, we're estimated here, It took 1,500 and some odd years to get to here, this part of Canada. And now it is moving in this direction pretty quickly. That's pretty quickly. And here's one of the estimates. They extrapolated up to 2025, unless this guy went ahead in time and told us. Now, this is really kind of important. I'll explain what this one is. The red area is where the magnetic field is going towards, and these lobes, and the point of each lobe is really telling you where this thing is going to go. This also, the dark brown, is how many nanoteslas are increasing, and it's going in that direction towards Northern Europe. I have two side lobes. Obviously, it's decreasing here, and it's decreasing a lot there. But the back side also increases a little bit. Now, there's a reason for that, and I'm going to teach and show you why later. But the important part is you have a secondary lobe behind it. But this is the direction it's going in. Now, I'm going to explain what this means, or what has happened here, and what's really going on deep down in the center of the Earth. This is, the next one really is when is the Earth's magnetic field going to reverse? Well, the journal articles I've read in the geology magazines is the magnetic field looks like it reversed between 20,000 and 15,000 nanoteslas. We used to call them gamma, so sometimes to say gamma, understand that's what we originally were taught. So USGS, which stands for U.S. Geological Service, they monitor this stuff. I was able to get back their tables back to 2016, but after that you couldn't get it on their plots thing. So, but they had, this is the latest from November 2nd, and these are their test areas. Barrow, Alaska, really far north. College, Alaska, Sitka, Newport Beach, Colorado, this is their main office. Fredericksburg, Virginia, Fresno, Tucson. I have no idea what Stennis Space Center is. I think it's in Texas. Honolulu, and then San Juan, Puerto Rico. Now you'll notice as you get lower down in the latitudes, closer to the equator, the field strength goes up. Closer to the North Pole, it gets less and less. And the way they determine it, they go through the entire globe, launches are running through north to south, and then they take an average. Taking these, what they've given us gives me an average of about 20,300 or so nanoteslas. Now, when I read this, it could reverse then, but it's not going to yet. It could be 15,000 gammas, and there's some variables in there too, like how fast did the lava cool, and at what stage was the magnetic field as it was either probably building up. This is what the data looks like from USGS. So Barrow, Alaska, and it has the two ranges here for the day. And it tells you everything, maximum, minimum, it goes on. I'll just show you what they look like so you have a feel for it. Here's another table. Again, in nanoteslas, and they're trying to extrapolate what the field strength was as it sinks down into oblivion. Gives you an idea. We're headed for a reversal. That's the nitty-gritty of it. Okay, so this is where the field was, and within 1904, 2004, so in 100 years, it's gone just a little past the North Pole. That fast is changing, so gives you an idea. Again, we're going this direction. I'll try to explain it. The magnetic pole is now either 1,350 or 1,150 miles away from his proposed location, which were here or here. This is his corrected number, and this is where he thinks it was going to go. But so far, the pole is only traveling about 34 miles per year, which means they can only get about 844 miles. In order to get this far, it'd have to increase to about 52 or 44 miles per year. But that's assuming that he's right about this. If he isn't, if it stayed at 34, it would reach this far, which is 840 some odd miles. There's nothing to say it's going to go down here. You remember, the way they knew that the pole was around here is by a vector, by it was pointing in that direction, but they didn't know how far. That was the problem. So, and we don't know what's going on towards the center of the Earth as it comes through the outer core, the mantle, and then the crust. I mean, what plumes are bending the magnetic field? We don't know. Finally, I have a total of 7 reasons why I think this reversal is going to happen within 26 years. And I'll review them for you quickly. One, the Earth's magnetic field is decaying exponentially and can reverse when it gets between 20 and 15,000 nanoteslas. That's the whole Earth. You know, remember taking the readings from North Pole to South Pole, a lot of stations, and you take an average of that, and that's it. That's it, making a lot of assumptions. And that's one. And it all seems to be going to about that thing. North Pole is moving at a location where it was when the reversal happened about 36,000 years ago. And here again, I showed this. It looks like it's going to go to Russia when the clock runs down. The Earth's rotation has been slowing down, and the solar output has increased over the past 50 plus years. You can go here to go see it. Video series 4, part 4F. 6, solar cycles all coincide. 6 of them coincide with the 12,068 year main clock cycle. Remember, it's not, people try to find a reason for these ice ages and polar reversals by something happening within the creation, whether it be a planet hitting another one, a comet hitting the Earth, a galactic wave of Paul Le Follet's, and he's the one who originated the theory. And I don't know why. Maybe, again, it's all the philosophy. They're trying to work within this matter theory of existence, and it doesn't work. As you know, if you saw video series 12, part 1, you know who gave us this matter theory of existence through Aristotle. Anyway, these are the cycles. Sunspot cycle, 1,088 of them gives you 12,068. 88.73, the Gleisberg cycles, 136 cycles gives you the number. Ben Davidson from, in his website, he told me these as other cycles, this one, that one, and that one. This one I'm taking from the movement of the magnetic field. But he told me these 3 here, and they all coincide with these. There may be more, just don't know. The next Gleisberg cycle will happen between September and December 2046. That's a given, and that's 136 of these. And I'll tell you one thing, the position of where the North Pole is and the decay rate of the Earth's magnetic field, it's not going to last another 100 years. 88 plus the 26, you get over 100 years. It's not going to. So it's going to happen when this one hits between September and December 2046. The Torah gives an exact date of October 16, 2046. Go to Series 7, Video Series 7, Part 1, explains it and goes into a greater detail. Gives us the year from Adam's 3rd kid, and everyone else is his 1st kid, all the way down to Abraham's, and it totals 2046. People want, well, the calendar's changed and things like that. You don't worry about that. That's the year of the calendar we use now. That's all that matters. The message is for us, nobody else. We're the ones stuck. So I told us a year, and I showed in this where the month and day was. Too many dates in time going back from October 16, 2046 coincide with the polar reversal. It's in part 2 of Series 7. Well worth watching. It's more extensively in Chapter 11 in God's Day of Judgment book. Some of those dates were really quite shocking and amazing. But it's like, the best way to explain it is, if you're the operating system of the universe, how do you wind up telling your creation that you exist? you do things like that, and then you realize, you know, it's not an accident, it's not pure chance. Somebody's playing with our history, and that things happen at certain times. The entire Torah is embedded with that 12,068 number, or factions thereof. In other words, you know, the length of the sacred cubit, 24.136 inches, you multiply by most of the numbers. It's all explained in video series 6, part 2. And these are facts, irrefutable. I don't think anyone can prove it wrong. It's not chance. It's deliberately put in there. Hell, the number of chapters and verses in the Torah is half the number, 6,034. That's just, they're beating us over the head with the number. Okay. Position of the earth at the time of the reversal. This is what you all wanted to know. I figured it out. It's going to be either those positions around Nova Zembla, either left or right of it, doesn't matter. And each one of these blocks represents 15, let's put it this way, every hour represents 15 degrees of turn of the earth. So the things we don't know is we don't know how soon before the reversal the earth starts slowing down markedly that people notice it. And we don't know if it's a couple of days, a couple of weeks, we just don't know. But I'm confident it will. This is the side, and since it's October, this is the Tropic of Capricorn, so it'll be about midway right here, would be perpendicular to what the sun is. But this whole area is going to see the sun. Now, it could be varied an hour or two on both sides because of we don't know how much this thing's going to slow down. But Africa gets it, Saudi Arabia, the Middle East, India, and Europe. So this isn't going to make anybody's day, I'm sure. This is Nova Zembla in the area, so you could get a better idea of what it is. If it's October, if you live here in Europe or Russia, you know how high the sun is in the sky at end time. That's the only, we don't know what time of day is going to happen. But I know it's going to be daytime because of what happened 12,000 years ago with China and India. They saw the thing, and they had the fission tracks to prove it. They got nailed. So that's it. Now, the other thing I want to include as a clue, it may be a clue. The Torah gives the number 120 as age 3 times. And it may be a clue. 3 times 120 is 360, as in how many degrees, you know, in a circle. So it may be, this is 120 degrees, 120, 120. Maybe the Torah is giving us a clue what to look for. I don't know, but I think it's possible. One thing I learned from all the research I've done, sometimes it's not a coincidence. This is the backside. About 17 to 18 hours later, the other side gets the dust shell. It travels at 1,500 to 1,550 miles per second. And the sun's 93 million miles away, you do the math. So this is the part that's going to get it. Now, there's a lot of ocean there, we're lucky about that. But actually, when the Earth stops its rotation for 7 or 8 hours, it's either this much ocean to here is going to be there, and this is going to be empty. If it's 8 hours, it's going to be as far as the meridian and going to that way, and you know where that water's gone, to the Americas. How lucky can we get? So, but we don't know, again, how long the stop period is. It's 7 hours or 8 hours, but this is the part that gets the dust shell. So, fortunately, most of it's over the ocean. Sorry, Australia, you get some of it. Now I'm going to explain, in the Chinese myths, they talk about several things. I'll go into it. When the one side of the earth gets this dust shell. It goes around the Earth. Now, it's hitting the Earth pretty hard at 1,550 miles per second. We don't know how deep this shell is. It could be 100,000 miles thick. It could be 1,000,000 miles thick. I don't know, and nobody else does either. And on top of it, as we've seen from other stars, that the nova, the shell expands and gets holes in it too. So we just don't know. Assume it's going to be at least 100,000 miles thick. Anyway, in the Chinese mythology, it says the atmosphere is thick and human beings are choked. We can understand why this dust shell hits. It's those little tiny glass beads and other materials you'll see shortly. The other one is, it is thought that when dragons fight, fireballs fall to the ground, and the strong wind prevails in the heavens when dragon eggs hatch. And you're going to find out why. The answer to this and what happens is found in fluid mechanics, or fluid dynamics, it's called. Fluid mechanics gives you the answer what makes this happen. I'm going to explain it to you. This is a smoke ring. The mechanics of the smoke ring is this. When that dust shell goes past the Earth, the atmosphere of the Earth itself on the sides acts like resistance. So it'll start doing this. You'll see, that's why they say dragon lore and stuff like that, and fire-breathing dragons. They looked up at the sky and they saw this, but red flaming. Now, in fluid mechanics, you're going to see in a sec, I'll explain it. The fluid pressure in a vortex are lowest in the center and rises as the distance from the center increases. This is due to Bernoulli's principle, which states that as the speed of a moving fluid increases, the pressure within the fluid decreases. Notice inside here, it decreases. As the air in the vortex center moves, the faster, the vortex center will have the lowest pressure in comparison to its surroundings. We don't know how thick the dust shell is going to be. Okay, here's the principle. Imagine this black stuff is really the dust shell, and this is the Earth. So going like this in the dirt, but notice when it's going the other direction, what happens is you see the inward reach like this. This is the dust shell. It's going to go around the Earth. Ironically, it will be rotating like this. And the less pressure goes like this. So that's what makes the smoke ring, but also that's why the Chinese and the others saw this band, a tube of fire going past them. I'm surprised anybody was outside to look at this thing. Here's some of the dust shells. This is the glass beads. Now, to further prove that the Chinese were on the backside of the Earth when the dust shell hit, this is the location of tactite fields. Now, there's a lot of tactites. And we're not talking the 0.1 and 1 millimeter glass beads you've seen that land here and some are here. No, they got something a lot better. You'll understand what the egg part of that mythology is. This is what landed there. And the Chinese thing with dragon's eggs. This is a Coke can. This thing's like 6 inches wide. These are large tactites. You can go onto Google Images and search for large tactites. And most of them are on that side of the Earth. And it's because when the smoke rings and the velocity slowed down, this stuff was able to slow down in velocity and they came down on the ground. Now, what's interesting is that's before the place be vacated of atmosphere from when they had to fill up the other side of the Earth when it happened. But anyway, so here's your round things. These are like 6 inches, 5 inches. This is 6 inches. Now remember the dumbbell ones, the dumbbells they found on the moon were only like 1 millimeter long, but they calculated it had to rotate at 15,000 RPMs in order to get that shape. And so you realize this thing, this is not from volcanoes, folks. Don't think it is. And I bet you if they test it, they find lots of fission tracks in it, but I don't think they've done that yet. But anyway, that's, now you understand why they said, when Dragian says fireballs fall to the ground, this is what fell down. By the way, Thomas Gold, when his job was to find out what caused all these little tiny micro meter impacts on the moon. They were like a few inches to a yard or 2 yards. Now you know why. This thing's traveling at 1,500 miles per second. It's mostly molten glass at the time. It hits the surface of the moon, which is red hot, and it's splattered and makes a little tiny crater. And that's why he said, you know, if a near nova hit, they would explain everything. Well, NASA took its contract away for even saying that. That tells you immediately, this is what they're trying to hide. This is the secret nobody is supposed to know. Okay, position of the Earth at the time of the reversal. Exactly on the other side of the Earth, the northern hemisphere, Europe and Africa get the instant ice age. Remember, dust shell hits the Pacific around the date line and well, you saw where. That means exactly on the other side, this will be normal atmosphere. On the other side, it's very little atmosphere. This side expands rapidly around the Earth. So they talk about a fierce wind and stuff like that, to fill up extremely low atmospheric pressure on the other side. That means this part of the Earth and this is going to get an instant ice age. Remember, this is going to be, if it has 17, 18 hours on the other side, it probably takes an hour, 2 hours before this thing starts expanding. So like 20 hours after, you've got this ocean, the Atlantic, going this way. Figure about 400 miles an hour, because we don't know the speed of the Earth at the time of the reversal and how fast it's going to pick up speed again. But assume maybe 400. It's not going to be 1,000 miles an hour, I hope. So it goes this way. So you're going to have all of this part covered with ocean water. I think I figured it's going to be either, if it's 7 hours of no rotation, it'll be at 2,800 miles. If it's a full 8 hours, of like 3,200 miles. So it basically goes through Europe. So you have this water. Now this was a frozen wave that was near the French scientific depot or place in Antarctica. And it's not 50 feet high. It goes a couple of 100 feet high. It's way up there. This is an ocean wave, and it froze solid. Because when this happens, it can drop down to over 200 degrees Fahrenheit below zero, which means that water will freeze almost instantly. And these people here will have an ice field over them of no less than 1,000 feet. It also means all the moisture in the atmosphere that was evaporated from the oceans, that's going to be instant freeze, instant snow, and it comes down on them. So this place, building a cave anywhere along here is really not a good idea. It's not going to work for you. Start thinking about someplace down here to survive this thing. So I want people to survive it. This is a nice picture I found. Here's Africa, so Europe is up here, and forget it, this whole thing's going to be white. But it's going to be blue-white, it's going to be very thick. And it's going to be faster than I originally thought. Us and the Americans. I'm in Florida right here. We don't get the cosmic rays. We'll get the wind. The dust shell's going to hit out here in the Pacific, and we'll get the dust shells goes past us, but we don't get the sun, and we don't get the dust shell. It doesn't mean life is going to be gorgeous and beautiful. It means that we're still going to get the ice field, the ice age and stuff like that. But we're not going to get some of the worst parts of it, which is nice. Remember the mythologies from India and the Aztecs about the end. The world of man becomes filled with sin and immorality. All contradictions to truth pass away. On the sin and morality, after this last election and so much voter ballot fraud to win, it looks like the same people were here doing horrible things 12,000 years ago got reincarnated and doing the same stuff. They just haven't learned, have they? At some point, what I could do, I could not help them at all, but only help those who are worth it, you know, who have their heads screwed on straight and aren't so crooked and evil. The Aztecs, immediately on the death of the gods, the sun began its motion in the heavens. In other words, after the Earth stops its rotation, sun nova, baked everything. Everybody who thought they were gods are no longer alive, so therefore they weren't God. My line is this is the best one, I think. All of man's false gods pass away, and I proved two of them in Series 12, Part 1 and 2. Now, geomagnetism. This is the second, or I should say maybe the third biggest discovery I've made, and it proves what I said earlier in one of the earlier videos. I said there was a center modulation point and not a iron core. And this proves it. What I've discovered does prove it irrefutably. So, paleomagnetism and the nature of geodynamo. Now, I knew one of the guys who first came up with the idea, and at UCLA, and I mentioned him in one of the earlier videos, and he gave me some of his papers, and we talked, and he knew there was big holes in his theories. A complete mathematical solution to the geodynamo problem must simultaneously satisfy Ohm's law, Maxwell. I should also include Faraday in this too. Navier-Stokes, Poisson continuity, and generalized heat equations together with the equations of state for the outer core and the approximate boundary conditions. Cowling's theorem, which effectively states that asymmetric metric fields of any sort cannot be maintained by a dynamo action. The other part was this. What Bucy said in his theory, the professor of UCLA, in order to have this thing work, you had to have enough earthquakes to keep this dynamo motion going from the outer core to the mantle. You had to keep it going to create a field. The other problem with it is this. Well, two problems. One, if you have cross magnetic fields, they cancel each other out, so you're not going to have a magnetic field or a north and south pole. The other one, it couldn't just be a pole, a convection current go from North Pole, South Pole, like this to the center. They were all over the place, which means you have multiple north and south poles, which we don't have. Therefore, the theory by definition is wrong. But they ignore those things because it sounds so good in class to the kids. Anyway, back to this. Why these lobes? They're increasing a little bit here, definitely increasing here, decreasing on both sides. Why the lobes? Ironically, the answer for this is found in antenna theory. Well understood and known, thanks to Maxwell and Faraday and others. And it basically destroys the idea of an iron core completely, or this geodynamo fiasco. And now we're going to do it. This is the model from the book on the Hebrew alphabet. It's really a model of how matter, what we call matter, comes into this existence. When it crosses the x-axis across here, or it'd be over there, it basically creates the matter world. I'll show you the graph in the next picture. So in the center of our planet, there is a center modulation point. All the action is happening in here, right here. And you're going to see an estimate of how big this thing is. Okay, so a planet is a seventh dimensional existence. If you watch Series 1, Parts 3 and 4, I redefine dimensions totally differently. Remember, the philosophy has to come first, not the math. So it has, going to the center of this thing, third dimension, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. At least 5 different major carrier waves being directed to a point in time and space what we call the center of our Earth, or any planet. This goes for any planet. You got 7 carrier waves going on. Each carrier wave contains thousands upon thousands of pieces of information. We just don't know how much. But each one is exponentially greater than the next. So the fourth is exponentially greater than the third, fifth to the fourth, etc. This is a model of a dipole antenna. Gee, look at that shape. Doesn't it look familiar? The 3D radiation pattern of an ideal dipole antenna is a horn toroid, a donut without a hole. It shows that the radiation in the direction of the antenna axis is 0 and has its maximum in the direction perpendicular to the axis. Now it's out here. Less up here, greater out there. Remember the magnetic field strength of Barrow, Alaska was 9,000, but by the equator, or Puerto Rico was 27,000. Same model. Perpendicular to the dipole. The dipole antenna radiates equal power in all directions perpendicular to the dipole axis. Its radiation is gradually declines to 0 on the dipole axis. Goes to 0 here, maximum there. Just like we showed the Earth's magnetic field. Gee, isn't that interesting? At some point, when I show this, you're going to have a question in your head: how come the geophysicists did not connect antenna theory from the electrical engineers? How come? Because they're so specialized in one field, they don't read anybody else's. This is an antenna array of a 6-beam, 6 signals. So let's say we've got at least 5 and probably a 6th in there as a carrier wave that controls clocking. And probably only the 7th and 8th dimension has that extra. But look, here's the propagation of 6-beam antenna. 60, 180, 300, 120 degrees each one of them. Look familiar? Here, another thing. This is called an intermediate frequency, a high frequency source having heterodyne to multiple frequencies. When you have 2 or more frequencies, it'll create a third or intermediate frequency. You don't want to know why the magnetic pole is moving? Because of this. You got at least 5, probably 6 different frequencies, and they have beat frequencies. And they create an intermediate. This is called phasing a signal. It's done in antenna theory all the time. They phase an antenna to go to a certain direction. That's what's happening here. That's why it's moving to 3 places. It has nothing to do with what's lava down there. Nothing. Has to do, this is a model of a toroidal antenna. They have toroidal antennas. And just like what's going on in the center of the Earth, that information's, you look at it as a toroid. And here it is. Here's your north and south poles. And these are the radiated signals. Now you're going to see what they are and the physical evidence here. Here it is. D, E, F1, F2, and there's a G layer also. But there's also, in the stratosphere, there's also a reflecting layer. This is a electron density of the ionosphere to the stratosphere, and the altitude in kilometers. And you can see it. There's a difference between night and day, and here it goes up. These are free electrons per cubic centimeter. That's 10 to the 5th per cubic centimeter. There's a lot of electrons. That means there's a signal being transmitted. This is where they find it. It goes up and down, so they have a variation here. And this is the distance of them. 20 miles, the D layer is 40 miles. These are estimates. It's 30 miles, 50, 100 miles, and G layer is over that. God knows how thick it is. In other words, you can actually pick it up as static in there, but it means something's being radiated, a frequency being radiated, and this is all over the world, uniformly over the world. geodynamo theory doesn't create this at all. What I'm saying it is a center modulation point. You got a bunch of frequencies. Each one of these represents a different frequency, a different carrier wave. Here's the law. The frequency length is twice the length of the transmitter or the antenna. So you can actually calculate the size of the center modulation point that's in the center of the Earth. It's not 1,000 or 2,000 miles like they show you. In this case, you take it divided by 2, it's half, it's going to be half this distance. It's going to be 10 miles, 20, 15 miles, 25 miles, 50 miles tops. This we don't know. But there's all your dimensions. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and the next one probably for clocking. There it is. It's being transmitted. So the DE, F1, F2 layers and G layers, and maybe the stratosphere, is all basically proof there is a transmitter in the center of our Earth. That's the thing that's creating all that heat, something that's probably no greater than 50 miles in diameter. It's probably half or less than that. It wouldn't even surprise me if this thing was like 5 or 10 miles in diameter, and all that energy coming from that modulation point. Again, this is the key part. Imagine there's 6 of these or 7 of these, well, 5 or 6 going to the center of a planet. And it's radiating, it's going around in its toroidal shape, and that's what it looks like. There is no iron core. Those radiated DEF1 and F2 layers prove there is no iron core. They can't explain it. It's like what they do is, don't look at the guy behind the curtain pulling the levers. And that's the problem. They're really in the business of selling a degree, whether it's right or wrong, the information right or wrong, they don't care. They're selling a degree. That's the problem with the school administrators. Okay, where to build anything? Well, this is the size it's going to get into an ice age, but you want to be close to the equator, but maybe not exactly on it, especially if there's an electrical discharge that Ben Davidson talks about, and he may be right. I don't know if it's going to be the arcs that he shows. I think it might be more. We already have radio noise that comes out 5 degrees above or below the equator, and they picked it up in satellites. It's a lot of static. It may really go off at the time of the reversal of that 7 or 8 hours. So you may not want to be exactly on the equator, but in this area, this is the area the snow is going to melt first. Same thing here. I wish I could say Florida is going to be a good place, but it's going to take maybe 30 or 40 years or more for that snow and ice to melt. This is the area you want to be in. But at least we don't get the sun, or we don't get the dust shell. We get the flood. We get this Pacific Ocean coming towards us real fast. It's like flushing a toilet. Maybe southern India, Borneo, Indonesia has so many volcanoes, you'll be buried under God knows how many feet of ash. And Africa again. I want everyone to watch this. This has to do with this nonsense of the CIA and altering the information. It's Glenn Greenwald. I listened to it. It's only 7 minutes. It's Fox News. Here's the thing. This is when it showed October 30th, 2020. It's 7 minutes long. Listen to what he said, what he discovered, and what he knows about government controlling the media. So my suggestion to all of you is this. You now know when the sun's going to nova, what's going to happen, where it's going to happen. If you have any hope and chance of surviving, and your relatives or the young people surviving, it's going to be a matter of forcing government, because they're the only ones that have the assets, the ability to mobilize people and to build stuff and have the finances to do it. I know that there'll be panic, there'll be civil disorder and stuff like that. You can't, some of the stuff you can't avoid, some you can, only if you come clean with the people. Some are too dumb and stupid, and you can't do anything with them at all. They would be the ones you'd want to save anyway, because you can't control them. They don't listen to anybody, and they don't learn anything. That's the biggest problem. People don't listen, and they don't learn, and some people don't want to learn. They just want to stay dumb and stupid. So, I'm sure you learned a lot, more than you really wanted to. If you want to be on the mailing list to know future videos, which I'll do, send me an email to info@Die-Hole Foundation or research@Die-Hole Foundation, and I'll put you on the mailing list. We are a 501c3 science foundation, tax deductible, and at the end of the year, January, I send off a letter saying how much you contributed so you can take the deduction. I hope you learned something. Any comments and questions, send me emails. I better use the pointer. People tell me I should use a pointer. So it's either going to be dead center on this line or in this longitude, one or the other. Both sides, Europe gets it, Saudi Arabia, Africa. This is the part that gets not only the heat blast for 7 to 8 hours, but also the cosmic rays, which supposedly get here within a few minutes after the light gets here. But you'll know the thing happened, the reversal happened, because immediately this ocean, this is going to be going in a easterly direction, and this is going to go this way in an easterly direction before you even see the sun that has nova. Remember, it takes 8 minutes for the light from the sun to get here, but this is going to happen immediately. Okay, by the way, also, the reason why this thing happens is explained in video series part of 1 and also on 4 extensively, is just due to a clock cycle. It has nothing to do with anything you see in this dimension, like a galactic wave or planets lining up or comets or meteors hitting the Earth. It has nothing to do with that. It's a clock cycle that happens every 12,068 years. I'm the first person in history to discover it. Oh, it was about 1994 that I figured it out. Anyway, on the cosmic rays, this is what a cosmic ray is. It's basically an alpha particle. It's an atom. It's like an atomic bullet. And usually in the upper atmosphere, 37 miles up, it usually hits other atoms, nitrogen, oxygen, anything else. And this is where carbon-14 and some of the others are created in here. And it's like a game of billiards. One atom hits another, and it imparts a kinetic energy to it, and it excels down. This is primary cosmic rays. This is secondary cosmic rays. And it keeps going on like that. It's like a big billiard table. You hit one, the light ball hits another one, and that's the way it works. That's what happens here. But during the nova, evidently, there's so many particles that hit. These primaries are getting right down to the ground, a lot of secondary particles. So when the nova happens, you don't want to be outside. You want to be, the minute you see the light of the sun expanding, the cosmic rays aren't as fast, doesn't go at the speed of light. You got a few minutes, get inside a cave or a pyramid real fast and stay there. Okay, we'll start with the questions. They're all pretty good questions. With so many variables and unknowns, which is true, with so many disasters occurring simultaneously with an overabundance of cosmic particles and radiation, fires, floods, falling debris, wind, volcanoes, earthquakes, collapse of technology, and therefore civilization, that survival really amounts to being at the right place at the right time. It's a good question. Yes, but with preparations. You have to know where to go and what to build and what to do and what to take with you. Does it logically boil down to a lot of luck, faith, and fate? Partially, mostly planning and hard work. The most important is the type of person that will survive. Now, I'll add some some more to that. If you are a person that you haven't quite left mommy and daddy, and you want government to do mommy and be mommy and daddy, and you got your hand out all the time, you're not going to make it. The people that will survive this thing are going to be the workaholics, the guys and gals who know what they have to do, they're self-starters, and they get off their ass and they do it. Those are the ones who will survive this thing and have the gumption to continue it. Because remember, this thing's going to go on, looks like for about 11 years, you're not going to see much of the sun, because it's mostly going to be producing ultraviolet light, or skewed to that, and not very much infrared light. Okay. Isn't this when 4 of the mightiest planets in our solar system are in alignment with Earth? No, that's not what causes the reversal or anything on the Earth. It's just a coincidence. And how could these little tiny planets, even Jupiter, small compared to the sun, how do you think that could possibly affect how a star would nova? I can't understand why people would think that. I assume that the recent events have demonstrated to you that the impossibility of any state-sponsored building work for the survival of population. They will have to help. Now, I cover this in the next video, 5G, somewhat extensively, but you'll understand what's going on. The reason why government's going to be involved is the amount of workforce or what has to be done for survival is pretty massive. And you'll see in the next video, also expensive. Also, if people are going to go from the northern climates into near the equator, it means one government has to permit people to come into the country and do things and build things, and there's going to have to be a lot of cooperation among governments. I think what will happen is many of the governments will realize, okay, this is really survival of the human race. Okay, we'll forget about the borders for right now, and let's see what happens. And just, you know, we have to start doing something to survive. My question is that if the side of the Earth that receives the solar flash rotates 120 degrees each cycle, which side will receive the flash? And the flash is going to be, like I said, Europe. He obviously didn't see the previous video. He should. Do you think that our technology will be advanced enough before 10/16/2046 to where we will have more access to the dipole if I have this right? No, with the science we have been taught, we're lucky anybody figures any of this stuff out. I only figured this stuff out because I developed a totally different philosophy of science and information theory of existence. Otherwise, you can't figure it out. And I did explain in part 1 of series 12 why we have this matter theory of existence, namely the Calpurnius Pisos of Rome. You want to blame anybody for the situation when you blame them, they did it. Will the event unfold all of a sudden, or will it be lead up signs? Probably months to weeks before the thing happens. Even a couple of years before, the sun's output's going to be pretty big. Probably even more ultraviolet being transmitted, and be a lot more melting and stuff like that. But it won't be because of CO2. I mean, that's another point, is they created the story of CO2 is going to cause you all the problems because they knew the sun's output is going to increase before the nova, and they wanted to give man an alternate explanation. So they're going to blame you instead. Did you know your HOV or your hibachi in the backyard is causing global warming? Shame on you. The dust cloud wintering. The dust is going to come from not only the dust show when it hits the Earth 17 or 18 hours later, but also many or all the active volcanoes will go off. The ones that went off 12,000 years ago, you have to assume they will go off again. I don't want to miss anything. Uh, 8. Will it not be reasonable to guess that the overall reversal will be very gradual rather than occurring within one isolated month? No, it happens in one day. You'll know immediately. You'll actually know from the earthquakes, and if you're near the ocean, it's going to be joining you real fast. But no, it happens in one day. We know that from observing stars, and a few of the stars, like V838. One day it was fine, and a couple of months later, when they photographed it, it nova. How can you have the precise and predict the timing of which side of the Earth will face the sun on the nova event? Watch the video series 4, part 5D and 5E, and you'll know why. Is 2046 going to be greater than the last event, data reset? No, just the same type. Shouldn't be anything greater, except we might have a little bit less of an ice age than we did last time. Last time it novaed over the Western Pacific and China, and on top of it, the ocean was going in a westerly direction, so it hit a lot of water, a lot of evaporation. This time, it's not going to be as much water, so it may be a little bit less of an ice age, we hope. Let's see, number 11, tectonic and volcanic effects. Yeah, both the earthquakes you'll have is, if you're near a mountain range, it means there's a fault underneath there. So you're going to have from 6 to 10 on the Richter scale, and the earthquakes are going to go on for hours. Certainly this whole period, because what happens is the crust is between 30 and 50 miles thick. Below that is the upper mantle, which is going to be heated up over the decades before this event happens. So it's going to be more viscous. So when the reversal actually happens and the Earth's rotation stops, it's just like the oceans go over the land, guess what? The plates are going to start banging up against each other. That's why most of the mountain ranges have a north-south orientation, because it's perpendicular to the line of force. That's the reason why. I already covered the dust shells. Survival past the event depends on your location and preparations and the government's work beforehand. Food, shelter, clothing. So the survival location of events must have a way to thrive after. Yeah, again, it's what kind of preparations you have beforehand, what you have there, and also your main food source I'm going to mention is going to be a protein, is going to be the ocean. So there's issue with the oceans regarding the continental shelf, and I'll cover that a little later. Approximately how many people will die worldwide? This is kind of a funny question. But go ask God, not me. I'm just warning you. How long before sunlight reappears? It could be 11 or 22 years, or before the 22 years. And remember, I'm saying the center of a planet or the center of a star is a center modulation point. And a lot of plasma and energy. And after the nova, it's a big spike of energy, and it blows off this dust shell. The dust shell really represents the distance that had to go far enough away from the center modulation point that the matter could actually congeal or become matter without demodulating almost immediately, because the energy around it is too high. And I think that shell has to, the sun has to be able to produce this dust shell again. And we don't know how much time it's going to take, but by some of those legends I mentioned in the previous video, it looks like it's going to be about at least 11 years, not much sunlight. Will all plant, animal, and insect life perish above ground? On the sun side of the Earth, generally, yeah, even the insects will probably get cooked. Plants, yeah, everything basically above ground, again, get burned on the side that sees the sun nova. On the back side, no, but generally the mammals, for instance, and some of the reptiles are going to have a tough time, if at all. Maybe, like I said a little later, man's going to have to help these animals. Remember, in the Americas, last time we lost all the large animals, mastodon, ground sloth, etc. So, take it from there. Will ocean creatures survive? Most will. That will be the survivor's main food source. What about a submarine to drop down when the sea level evaporates 1,000 feet? Well, I know it evaporated initially on the sun side well over 700 or 800 feet. Then immediately came up again because a lot of water comes back in the form of rain, and also equalizes from all around the world where it didn't get evaporated. But certainly 400 feet below current sea level did get evaporated worldwide. And all that water was on the land or in icebergs and ice shelves on the ocean. This whole globe was white, even by the equator. So that's really, basically the point is, this is what's going to happen. But it's not 1,000 feet, thank God for that. Will a submarine survive? It's real possible. They parked their thing over here. See, we don't know the speed of the ocean around the equator. It's over 1,000 miles an hour, but it's going to slow down. So it's going to slow down 20% or 30%. We don't know. What we do know from the legends, it did slow down, what the legends say, and somebody sped it up, which of course someone didn't. It did it naturally. But if they could figure out the speed of the ocean where it is, and I think the next thing it shows what the speed is depending on your latitude. If you parked it way out there, the ocean's going to push you this way. And if you're underwater, it's a good chance you might survive this thing, but hopefully you're not wound up on ground in the Andes or in this area. But okay, so you wind up on the land maybe, but at least you got a nuclear power plant for power, and you get banged up pretty bad, but I think you might survive it. Same thing goes for ships. If you're far enough out there, even if the thing landed on the shoreline or the continental shelf here, that may not be so bad. If your ship is loaded with supplies, okay, so what? You got the supplies, the survivors get out of their caves or whatever and go to the shoreline, try to find these ships and open them up. What would be your prognosis of a boat or ship like a Noah's Ark positioning the southwest of Hawaii Islands when the polar reversal again? It's possible, like I said. Hawaii is out here, way up there, actually. But yeah, it's possible. If the sun novas, will it be a white dwarf, brown dwarf, or a black hole? Well, like proved in earlier ones in the series, that there are no black holes. So no, it's going to be a regular sun, except it's going to be cooler because it has to develop that dust shell around it that gives off the heat. Will a colony on the Earth side of the moon be okay? No, you would be cooked really fast. Someone later asked, okay, what time of the month is it going to be on October 16, 2046? It turns out the full moon's on the 14th, and this thing, well, the Torah gives a date of the 16th. So it's going to be about a full moon, which means it's really behind us. And if you are on the sun side or the Earth side, you're going to get baked and cooked and melted. Even the backside is a bad idea, because remember, in 14, 15 days, it's a new moon. Well, guess what? On the backside, it's a full moon, and you're going to get a chance to enjoy the sun and all the ultraviolet light it gives off. Instead, you still have to come back to the Earth because you can't stay up there. And there's going to be such a cloud layer around the Earth, you won't even know where to land. Will a colony on Mars be okay? I assume there has to be a reason for the rush to get to the red planet, only to get more evidence that the sun did nova and that there was intelligent life on Mars, namely pyramids, which I'll show a little later. But yeah, I think The only reason they're trying to go there is for that reason, not to go colonize it. That'd be the stupidest thing on the planet. Could you anchor a mobile dome on the bottom of the ocean to survive? You would be dead in seconds. The minute the Earth stopped its rotation, the mass of water, whether on the bottom of the ocean or at the top, is going to go in a easterly direction very fast and wipe you off like a pimple. What type of technology will survive solar batteries?